Doors be open. Order. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, order du jour, government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures.
Je vois l'honorable député.
I see the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle on a point of order.
You seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for two motions. The first is that in relation to the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement public consultation, 10 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Montreal, Quebec, and Toronto and Windsor, Ontario in the spring of 2016, have the necessary staff accompany the committee. That's the first one.
L'honorable député de Laurentides.
Does the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? The House has been received the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Carried. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Monsieur le Président, le deuxième, c'est que relativement à son étude sur la
it deals with rail safety that members of the Transport Committee be authorized to travel to Lake Megantic in the spring of 2016 and that necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Carried. Mr. Garneau, Mr. Sohi for Mr. Sohi, there he is. Mr. Sohi for Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Mihaichuk, moves that Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to commence debate at second reading of Bill C-10, Amendments to the Air Canada Public Participation Act. These amendments seek to modernize legislation to allow Air Canada to more effectively respond to the evolution of market conditions while continuing to support jobs for skilled workers in Canada's aerospace sector. This bill amends the provisions of the Air Canada Public Participation Act dealing with Air Canada's operational and overhaul centres. Let me first say that this bill is being submitted for consideration to the House in the context of an historic investment by Air Canada in Canada's aerospace sector. As you are aware, Air Canada has announced its intention to purchase up to 75 Bombardier C-Series aircraft and to ensure that these planes will be maintained in Canada for at least 20 years. Air Canada has also said it plans to support the creation of centres of excellence for aircraft maintenance in Quebec and in Manitoba. And the company says it will continue to carry out significant work in other parts of Canada. In other words, this bill comes before this place at an important time for Canada's aerospace sector. Not only is Bombardier producing an aircraft that is a game changer for aviation in terms of its efficiency, environmental performance and noise, but Air Canada is adding this plane to its fleet, creating significant opportunities for high-value employment. Quebec has estimated that the creation of the Centre of Excellence in Montreal alone could produce 1,000 jobs over 15 years, while the manufacturing of Air Canada's C-Series aircraft could create an additional 300 jobs. Air Canada also intends to support the creation of 150 jobs in Manitoba, with a possibility to expand beyond that. These are precisely the results that we should be pursuing. They are market-driven investments aimed at improving Air Canada's bottom line and ability to serve Canadians by investing in world-class technology right here in Canada. As you are aware, the Attorney General of Quebec took legal action against Air Canada following the closure of Avio's fleet performance in 2012, accusing the carrier of non-compliance with these provisions of the Air Canada Public Participation Act. In light of Air Canada's investments in aerospace in Canada, including aircraft maintenance, Quebec has since announced its willingness to discontinue its pursuit of that litigation. And this creates an appropriate context for us to modernize the Air Canada Public Participation Act. This legislation is now close to 30 years old. It was created to enable the privatization of Air Canada, which occurred back in 1989. Specifically, I'm referring to paragraph 6.1d, which calls for Air Canada to have in its articles of continuance provisions requiring the corporation to maintain operational and overhaul centres in the City of Winnipeg, Montreal Urban Community, and the City of Mississauga. Let me begin by providing to the House some of the history of this legislation. The Air Canada Public Participation Act was brought in at a time when countries around the world were moving away from a high degree of regulation and public ownership in certain sectors, notably air transport. Canada was no exception. To support economic growth, deliver new services to Canadians, and significantly reduce the burden on the taxpayers, the government took several actions. We deregulated the air transport sector. We commercialized our major airports. And by way of the Air Canada Public Participation Act, we transformed Air Canada from a crown corporation into a viable and competitive private company. The air transport sector has greatly evolved since 1989. Now it is common for global air carriers to outsource aircraft maintenance and to distribute their supply chain across different geographic areas with a view to being more efficient. This is the competitive environment within which Air Canada operates. Other air carriers, Canadian and international, are not subject to the same obligations regarding their maintenance facilities. That means that they can seek out efficiencies in ways that Air Canada cannot. Ultimately, the results of this is that Air Canada could be less competitive. Furthermore, if Air Canada's ability to reduce costs is limited by the Act, that could make air travel more expensive for Canadians. In other words, the Air Canada Public Participation Act could place limits on the company's ability to be competitive and cost-effective, with implications for the traveling public and the Canadian economy. This does not support an approach to air transport that focuses on competition and market forces as the best means to deliver value to users. Air Canada, like any company, needs flexibility to evolve within its competitive environment to remain viable. Of course, we were all concerned when Avios closed its doors in 2012, resulting in layoffs across the country. Some divisions of Avios were purchased as part of the bankruptcy process and kept in operation, but others were not. Avios closure meant that Air Canada ceased to carry out certain work in Canada, and the minister objected to this, as did many of our colleagues. That is why we are so pleased to see that Air Canada is now investing in Canada's aerospace and aircraft maintenance sector, and in doing so, creating concrete employment opportunities for Canadians in this sector. That is precisely the type of outcome we wanted to see. The Air Canada investment in the C-Series and support for the creation of centres of excellence in Quebec and Manitoba offer specific opportunities for highly skilled aerospace workers, both during the manufacturing phase and later for maintenance. Our intention is introducing this legislation is to strike the right balance. First, we want Air Canada to have flexibility to organize its activities to match how the air transport sector has evolved and will continue to evolve. At the same time, we want to ensure that the Act continues to require Air Canada to carry out aircraft maintenance in certain Canadian regions, and this proposed legislation maintains that commitment. The Act currently refers to the City of Winnipeg, City of Mississauga, and Montreal Urban Community. I note that the Montreal Urban Community, which no longer exists as a jurisdiction, did not include all of Greater Montreal. For example, it did not include Mirabel. Also, Air Canada's activities extend throughout the Greater Toronto area, not just Mississauga. Given this, we have chosen to expand the reference in the legislation to cover the provinces of Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec, which allows for Air Canada's maintenance work to extend to areas around the named cities as opposed to remaining strictly within the city limits. Furthermore, Bill C-10 will clarify that Section 6(1)D of the Air Canada Public Participation Act requires Air Canada to commit to carry out or cause to be carried out aircraft maintenance, including with regard to airframes, engines, components, equipment, or parts in Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. However, this does not mean to specify particular types or volumes of such maintenance in each location or particular levels of employment. In this way, it will be clear that we are not tying the hands of a private company to manage its operations into the future. Air Canada will be able to adjust its activities to respond to the evolution of the air transportation sector in the same way that any other company does. I would like to remind the House of the nature of air transport and how it has evolved. This is a truly global business, characterized by large international corporations providing services over vast networks using extremely expensive equipment. It is also highly susceptible to external shocks and cyclical in nature. Air transport provides essential connectivity both within this vast country and to the outside world. It is also a major source of employment. Air Canada alone employs close to 25,000 people. Air transportation has evolved considerably since the 1980s. We have seen important new aircraft technologies, huge global growth in traffic, new business models, and new air carriers. It has also weathered major shocks such as pandemics, economic crises, and the terrorist attacks of 9/11. We can only imagine how the sector will evolve in the future. Federal policy regarding Canada's air transport sector places a premium on competition and market forces. We do not subsidize the sector. Rather, we support the user pay principle with regard to infrastructure and service. This is not the case in all countries. Since its privatization, Air Canada has existed as a private enterprise without state support, despite weathering some difficult periods. While the federal government participated in bridge financing along with private partners to help Air Canada through the credit crunch resulting from the 2009 global financial crisis, this was done on commercial terms, and any loans were paid back in full with interest. Where both air transport and aerospace are concerned, it is essential that Canada be competitive. But we cannot rest on our laurels as the world of aviation is changing quickly. I'm particularly pleased that our aviation and aerospace sectors have come together in the recent announcement by Air Canada regarding its purchase of the Bombardier C-Series. This will allow Air Canada to operate aircraft that set new standards in aviation by cutting fuel consumption, reducing GHG emissions, and minimizing noise. These aircraft will be designed, assembled, and maintained in Canada, creating opportunities for well-paid employment. It is hard to imagine a better outcome. This is the sort of result we hope to see when we raise concern around the closure of Avios. I am also very pleased that Quebec and Air Canada are nearing an end to the litigation based on the Air Canada Public Participation Act. And I commend Air Canada for supporting the creation of centres of excellence that will provide employment for highly skilled aerospace workers in Manitoba and Quebec. In this context, it is now time to modernize the Air Canada Public Participation Act to clarify its intent. Yes, we want the legislation to be clear that Air Canada will undertake aircraft maintenance in Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. But as a company that needs to compete in an evolving global marketplace, we need to give Air Canada the flexibility to meet these requirements in a way that also supports its competitiveness. I believe that Bill C-10 achieves that balance. I hope honourable members will join me in supporting this bill and will quickly refer it to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, where we can hear from stakeholders. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the comments she's made on this piece of legislation. Taking into consideration this government's propensity to consult, I'm wondering if the parliamentary secretary can tell us which stakeholders have been consulted prior to introducing this legislation. Have you consulted with any of the companies that presently support Air Canada's maintenance operations, or a single union for that matter?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for that question. Of course, listening to stakeholders is always very important when you're making decisions like this, and that is why we want to move this forward to the committee. We need to have stakeholders who have concerns to voice their concerns, and the proper place to do that is at the committee level, and that's what we're proposing. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. Resuming.
As a member of Parliament that comes from Montreal, I am very pleased that the Air Canada head office continues to have to remain within the island of Montreal. And I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary whether or not she believes that for the foreseeable future, both the requirement to keep the head office in Montreal and the official bilingualism requirements of Air Canada will remain in place.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable member for raising that question. It is important to underscore that in no way do we, this legislation talks about the bilingual nature of the Air Canada Public Participation Act. That is not a part of any changes, so that will continue. And we're all very happy that Air Canada has made the commitment to continue talking and working towards much better service for all Canadians throughout the country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. You know, the words she chose to use in her speech, words like efficiency, flexibility, and a changing environment, it's the same old discourse we hear time and time again from neoliberal arguments on the fact that, you know, corporations must remain competitive in a dangerous time, and we've got to give them carte blanche to basically move their operations out of Canada to a cheaper jurisdiction. You know, the Liberals used to stand for this particular act. I remember in 2012 they were expressing their concerns, but my, oh my, how the levers of power change one's principles. So I just want to ask the honourable member, you know, does the government understand by instituting these changes to the act, you are in a sense she is in a sense legalizing job losses in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member. Actually, we're doing quite the opposite. What we want to do is secure jobs for the future, and that's what this act, making some changes to the act, will do. The aerospace industry is so competitive that we must look to the future to make sure that we keep jobs and build new jobs right across the country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today and speak to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures. As the official opposition critic for transport, I have a number of concerns with both the proposed amendment to this act and the government's timing in introducing this change. Let's review the facts. On November 3rd, 2015, the Quebec Court of Appeals, Quebec's highest court, confirmed an earlier ruling by the Quebec Superior Court that Air Canada had failed to fulfill its legal obligations stemming from the Air Canada Public Participation Act concerning heavy maintenance of aircraft in Montreal, Winnipeg, and Mississauga. On December 11th, 2015, Bombardier formally requested financial support of $1 billion US from the Government of Canada. This was 2 months after the Government of Quebec had purchased a 49% stake in the C-Series program for that same amount. On February 16, 2016, Republic Airways, which had to that point placed the largest order for the C-Series, streamlined its operations as it filed for bankruptcy protection and canceled its order for up to 80 C-Series aircraft. The very next day, Mr. Speaker, on February 17th, Air Canada announced that it had begun negotiations with Bombardier to purchase 45 C-Series Variant 300 aircraft with an option for an additional 30. I'll be discussing this announcement further later on in my remarks. Considering Air Canada had, for years, shown no interest in the C-Series and had just completed an agreement with Boeing to purchase 61 737 MAX aircraft, this announcement surprised virtually the entire airline industry. Prior to Air Canada's announcement, Bombardier had gone nearly 17 months without landing a firm order. So it goes without saying that the timing of this transaction was fortuitous for the aerospace giant. Furthermore, Airways News, a trade publication, estimates that there's a 40% chance that Bombardier lands another order for its C-Series aircraft this year. So to say that Air Canada has saved the Bombardier C-Series program would be an understatement. Concurrent with this announcement, Air Canada announced that it would undertake the heavy maintenance of these C-Series aircraft in Quebec for 20 years and create a centre of excellence in the province. On the same day Air Canada made its announcement to purchase these airplanes, the Minister of Transport announced that he would lessen Air Canada's obligations under the Air Canada Public Participation Act. On March 8th, the Minister of Transport put the bill we are debating on notice. And on March 14th, Air Canada announced that it would move some of the maintenance work presently being done in Mississauga and Montreal to Winnipeg, thereby creating approximately 150 jobs in Manitoba. And on March 24th, the Minister of Transport introduced the bill we are now debating today. Given that it is common practice to put a bill on notice and introduce it within a few days, the 16-day delay from when this bill was put on notice to when the Minister introduced it has not been explained. In his short justification for introducing Bill C-10, the Minister of Transport hailed Air Canada's decision to purchase the C-Series aircraft, combined with the Government of Quebec's and the Government of Manitoba's intention to discontinue litigation against the carrier as the main cause. He also noted that this would allow Air Canada to be more competitive in an evolving aerospace sector. While this proposed legislation should have nothing to do with Bombardier, this bill, unfortunately, appears to have everything to do with Bombardier. And if this legislation is part of the government's plan to support Bombardier, then they should just say so. Let's look at the justification in greater detail, starting with Air Canada's purchase of the C-Series airplane. Air Canada signed a letter of intent to purchase the C-Series aircraft, as was mentioned, on February 17th this year, with a 2-year negotiating window. No money has changed hands, and none will for several years. Neither Bombardier nor Air Canada has announced the price they have agreed on for the C-Series aircraft. However, it is believed to be under $30 million per unit, which is far below the break-even point for Bombardier. Assuming Air Canada's letter of intent leads to orders at the end of the 2-year negotiating window, planes are scheduled to be delivered beginning in early 2020, after deliveries of Boeing 737 MAX aircraft are completed and assuming no delays take place in production. I would also note that the narrow-body Boeing 737 MAX Variant 200 and Variant 300 airplane that Air Canada is purchasing seats between 160 and 180 persons in a 2-cabin configuration. This is, depending on the cabin layout, approximately 20 more seats than the C-Series. And while I know that all of us here are pleased that Canada's largest airline has made what could be a substantial order for the Bombardier aircraft, none of us should be under any illusion that we'll be heading home for the next constituency week on this aircraft. As is the industry norm, Bombardier will only receive payment from Air Canada once the planes have been delivered, which is many years away. Finally, as with all major orders, due diligence takes time, and either side has the ability to withdraw from the negotiation at any time. Next, the Quebec government agreed to, and I'm quoting Air Canada's press release on this matter, subject to concluding final arrangements, and those are important words, concluding final arrangements, the Government of Quebec has agreed to discontinue the litigation related to Air Canada's obligations regarding the maintenance of an overhaul and operational centre following Air Canada's agreement to collaborate with the province to establish a centre of excellence for C-Series airframe heavy maintenance work in Quebec, end quote. The Government of Quebec has not abandoned litigation against Air Canada. It has temporarily suspended litigation as both sides negotiate a settlement deal. Until Air Canada takes possession of its first C-Series and begins maintenance work on that aircraft, or even concludes its purchase with Bombardier, this deal with the Government of Quebec cannot be final. The province of Manitoba, who had originally joined Quebec's lawsuit, has agreed to cease pursuing litigation subject to Air Canada moving approximately 150 jobs from the province to the province. These jobs will be moved to Winnipeg sometime in 2017. I would note that prior to Avio's filing for bankruptcy, approximately 400 heavy maintenance jobs were in Winnipeg. So Air Canada is proposing to bring back 40% of them. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that with Bill C-10, if something happens and Air Canada does not end up purchasing the C-Series aircraft for any reason, whether because of a change in demand for air travel or if the C-Series doesn't fulfill its performance guarantees, the Quebec and Manitoba government won't have a legal recourse because the law will have changed. If the governments of Quebec and Manitoba are indeed satisfied with Air Canada's commitments to create and maintain jobs in both respective provinces, there is no need to move as quickly to change the maintenance provisions of the Air Canada Public Participation Act, because no further lawsuits would be forthcoming. Finally, the Minister makes the point that this change will allow Air Canada to be more competitive. The amendment that the Minister is proposing in C-10 will indeed allow Air Canada to move some of its maintenance work to jurisdictions where presumably the cost of labour is lower, therefore saving Air Canada money. In making the point regarding Air Canada's competitiveness, the Minister has not provided an estimate of the financial benefit this legislative change will give Air Canada, not even for next year. Perhaps this information will come up in today's debate. What's even more curious, Mr. Speaker, is that in its lengthy and detailed submission to the Canada Transportation Act review, which is available online, Air Canada doesn't mention aircraft maintenance once as a financial concern. The location where Air Canada undertakes its overhaul maintenance only became a major concern when the carrier lost in court twice on this matter. In the same public submission, Air Canada, along with virtually every major aerospace sector stakeholder in Canada, lists the air traveler security charge, the rapid growth in airport improvement fees, taxes on aviation fuel, the need for more streamlined customs processes, and the high airport rent collected by the federal government as major impediments to sustained growth of the aviation sector in Canada, especially relative to American competitors. If the government wanted to take measures that would stimulate the entire Canadian aerospace sector, including Air Canada, it could have chosen to tackle any of the issues above. I would also note that all of these measures have near universal support in the aviation sector and would not lead to a loss of jobs in Canada. But so far, the minister has been silent on all of these. The Conservative Party believes that Air Canada should become a private sector company that is not supported by taxpayers, while ensuring that Canadians have access to reliable air travel. That was the original intent of the Air Canada Public Participation Act when it was introduced in 1988. But the Act put in place clear conditions to ensure that all of the support Air Canada had received from government to turn it into a profitable Crown corporation would not be lost. These conditions will become well known over the course of this debate, but I will take the time and the opportunity to list them here. Air Canada would be subject to the Official Languages Act, would maintain its corporate headquarters in Montreal, 75% of its voting shares had to be held by Canadians, and finally, and most importantly for the purpose of this debate, Air Canada had to, and I quote again, maintain operational and overhaul centres in the City of Winnipeg, the Montreal urban community, and the City of Mississauga, end quote. Today, Air Canada is the largest airline in this country and an important international player in the sector because of support from taxpayers over the years. Upon being privatized in 1988, Air Canada inherited a fleet of 109 aircraft. All of Canada's major airports where Air Canada first flew to were built with the financial support of the Government of Canada and the taxpayers. Today, Air Canada is the largest tenant in nearly every major airport in Canada, with the exception of Calgary and Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. This gives Air Canada significant influence over each airport's operations and access to the best landing slots in a slot-controlled airport like Pearson. Air Canada also has intangible assets, like landing slots at some of the most slot-controlled airports in the world, London Heathrow, Washington Reagan, or New York LaGuardia. Earlier this year, Air France sold a pair of its landing slots at London Heathrow for $75 million. For perspective, Air Canada owns 150 weekly slots at that airport. Air Canada was also the beneficiary of back-to-work legislation in 2012, which was enacted because of Air Canada's importance to this country's economy. I would note that the Liberal Party and the former member for Westmount Ville-Marie voted against this legislation. The Conservative Party supports the concept of making Air Canada more competitive relative to other carriers. But as I noted earlier in my remarks, the Minister has failed to demonstrate that this will be achieved while ignoring measures that the government could undertake that would achieve this without leading to job losses in Canada. And we know that Air Canada supports these measures because they said so in their comprehensive submission to the Canada Transportation Act review. So the question remains, why would the Minister undertake to amend this legislation and not the opportunity to address any of the other measures that Air Canada identified in their submission? But neither this bill nor the Minister of Transport addresses any of these. This is to me C-10's greatest failing and why the Conservative Party cannot support this legislation. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, while it is unclear what level of benefit this legislative change will give Air Canada, we do know that this change will make it possible for the carrier to move thousands of jobs from Canada to other jurisdictions. We also know that the government is missing an opportunity to allow Air Canada to better compete against U.S. and international carriers. I hope all members keep this in mind as we continue to debate Bill C-10. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Quelques commentaires? Alors, la députée de
Honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Purchase Bombardier C-Series planes, there's no doubt about it. But this is about helping to ensure Air Canada can remain competitive on the world stage while supporting Canadian jobs, something concept the Members' Party often claims to support. It is about supporting Canadian jobs, Canadian ownership, Canadian principles, Canadian competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, this is a Canadian bill for a Canadian company, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of Air Canada's maintenance work in my home province of Quebec, even with even more pride knowing that they're also flying Canadian planes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that there was no question there, but what I will restate is that Conservatives do support the concept of making Air Canada more competitive relative to other carriers. However, as I also stated, there are more competitive ways and other measures that the government could undertake to accomplish this without leading to job losses in Canada.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly.
I thank my colleague for her speech. The question I would like to ask, however, is to know that now we have a government that wants to, before us, that wants to change the act because the consequences of the current legislation doesn't suit it. But rather than having it complied with, they want to change it. And we'll have time to talk about it more later during my speech. But what I want to ask my colleague is simple. Why, when they were in power, did they do nothing to ensure that the Air Canada Public Participation Act be complied with? When Avios went bankrupt and people lost their jobs a few years ago, we asked many questions of the government. And I take this opportunity to say that the Liberals did the same thing. So why did their government not do anything to ensure that that law was complied with?
Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier in my remarks, we do support the concept of making Air Canada more competitive relative to other carriers. And at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, we know that there is a review before the Minister of Transport which contemplates a number of recommendations from the air industry to make their operations far more competitive. And I'll just name a few. Tying all airport improvement fees to specific projects with explicit sunset provisions, overhauling the financing model for security, replacing the current one-size-fits-all passenger screening approach, which treats all passengers equally, with an intelligence-driven, risk-based passenger screening process. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker, and so what I look forward to is hearing what this government is going to do in response to the Canada Transport Act review and how they are going to seek to implement some of the recommendations that were put forward.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Alors, la députée de Montréal.
The honourable member for Montreal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable colleague for her comments. I had always been of the belief that the Conservative Party did stand for free enterprise and stood for the fact that Canadian companies who are private companies like Air Canada needed to be able to compete with our international competitors, including U.S. companies that have recently been restructured. These jobs are not jobs making widgets. These jobs are technical jobs. These jobs are jobs that Canadian innovation should be able to make sure that we make competitive in Canada so that Air Canada won't move those jobs, making common business sense. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, doesn't she believe that Canadian ingenuity and Canadian workers are capable of being competitive enough to have Air Canada keep these jobs in Canada even if they have more flexibility?
Well, member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I believe that our aerospace industry is innovative and continues to make improvements to this industry that benefits all Canadians. But let's remember that Air Canada has benefited as a legacy carrier. Air Canada inherited a fleet of 109 aircraft upon being privatized in 1988. Air Canada is the largest tenant in nearly every major airport in Canada, with the exception of Calgary and Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, which gives it significant influence over each airport's operations. It also has intangible assets like landing slots at some of the most slot-controlled airports in the world. And Air Canada also benefited from back-to-work legislation in 2012, which was enacted because of Air Canada's importance to this country's economy. Air Canada also benefited from a deferred pension payment plan in 2013. And so what we have to do is take into consideration the benefits that it's received as a legacy carrier, which were borne often by the taxpayer, and honoring the obligations that were put in this Act to begin with.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, in one point of principle, I agree with a colleague from Montreal in regards to Canadian workers being absolutely having the capability of being competitive. But this legislation, based on the decision that the Liberal Party made before, gives an unfair playing field to other airlines like Porter Airlines, who doesn't have the capability of buying the Bombardier airplanes because they can't have their runway lengthened in order to be able to land those planes there. So I'd like to ask my colleague about the aspect of this legislation putting other Canadian companies on an unfair playing field as well.
Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. And as many of you know, we debated that very issue not so long ago when it came to this government's decision to interfere with a process of a consultation that would see Bombardier, would see Porter Airlines be able to lengthen its runways so that they could purchase the Bombardier C Series. But again, Mr. Speaker, this bill will affect jobs in Canada. It will affect up to 3,000 Canadian maintenance workers. There are, as I've said, a number of options available to the government that will make Air Canada and other carriers more competitive without contributing to job losses or costing taxpayers.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'll just start by making a few comments. You know, Air Canada is a private corporation. Everyone in this House acknowledges that. But it is a unique company in that it was privatized in 1989. And it is in a unique position of having inherited many assets that were paid for by the taxpayer. And the part of the deal was, we give you the assets that were funded by the taxpayer, but you must keep maintenance jobs in Canada. You know, other corporations, you know, sometimes governments have made deals with corporations based on a handshake. We will give you a tax break here, we'll change the laws, but the deal is that you keep jobs in Canada. Those agreements have not always been honored, and the difference with Air Canada is that we have the law to make sure they follow it. And right now, we hear the Liberals, they're going to change that law. You know, I've heard from the Liberal members saying that this is a Canadian bill for Canadian jobs, and don't we trust in the ingenuity of workers? Yes, we trust in the ingenuity of workers. I don't trust Air Canada's word on this matter. So my question to the honourable member is this Liberal government placing too much trust in Air Canada's word? Thank you.
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I will not presume to know what this government is thinking and what they may be doing with this piece of legislation. Again, we're questioning the intent of it and also the timing. But we do know that, as he pointed out, the original intent of the Air Canada Public Participation Act, when it was introduced in 1988, was to put in place clear conditions to ensure that all of the support Air Canada has received over the years from the Government of Canada and the taxpayers to turn it into a profitable Crown corporation would not be lost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly, I must tell him that there are 12 minutes or so left before the interruption for statements by members. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues for that warm welcome. Before starting, I'd like to thank a few of my colleagues who worked on this issue. It's a team job.
From Edmonton Strathcona, who is our transport critic, and as well my colleague from Windsor West, who is our, I was about to say industry critic, but that's changed. It's innovation, science, and economic development, I believe, is the new title that is used, and both those colleagues have worked very hard on this issue as well. J'aimerais aussi remercier.
I'd also like to thank, of course, my colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, who, of course, being a member from Montreal, represents many of the workers affected by this change, and also my colleague from Elmswood, Transcona, who's from the Winnipeg region, and he also, of course, is seeing the consequences of the decisions we are faced with here today. I also, Mr. Speaker, find this is an issue that affects me. And I say that looking at my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent, we've had the opportunity to discuss the importance of this industry to Quebec. I'm in the greater Montreal region, not quite in the city, so the distinction has to be made. I come from the suburbs, but we have workers in my riding, machinists and other workers who work very hard in the various aerospace industries that support businesses like Air Canada. So this is a bill that has a tremendous impact and has many consequences for us at home. So I'm very pleased to be able to enlighten the House on the NDP's position on this issue. I would like to start, first of all, by speaking out against the lack of rigorousness that this government has when it's an issue of any part of the aerospace industry. Since they came to power in November, it's improvisation after improvisation. Recognizing the importance of the aeronautics industry in Canada and Quebec in particular, it seems to me that it is understood that they should have a plan. We heard this so often during the election campaign. We have a plan, we have a plan, we have a plan. They never stop saying it, and yet they don't seem to have one for this industry. So we can see this through several problems. First of all, the Bombardier file. These are questions that were asked of the minister the day that he was sworn in. He was asked what he was going to do with Bombardier. And I understood that he couldn't answer the day that he was sworn in, but here we are, several months down the road, and they never stop saying, oh, we're doing assessments, we have tabled a budget in the meantime, but still no answers. They're telling us to have confidence in them, and like his father used to say, the Prime Minister's father, just trust me, but I don't think we can do that for now. The problem now is that Bombardier as a file is very important as part of the whole issue we're faced with today. That is to say, with the Air Canada Public Participation Act. Why? Because the Minister of Transport is using the Bombardier file, and Air Canada's promise to buy their planes is being used as an excuse to change the act. And they're saying this is a good deal. This is a good agreement, whereas Air Canada has carte blanche to do whatever they want and not protect jobs here in Canada. The problem, as my colleague said so well in his question, is that the bill changes the current legislation to ask us to simply have confidence in Air Canada and trust that they will fulfill their obligations. But they won't be legal obligations anymore if this bill is passed. So we are seriously wondering if we are seeing things move backwards. Is the Minister of Transport saying, thanks for having bought the Bombardier planes, thank you for having helped us out here, given us good news that we can use during question period. Every time we ask a question, whether it deals with Avios or Bombardier, I'll be able to stand up and say, oh, isn't this wonderful? I'll be able to sit down and fly in one of these planes. And I won't have to defend my colleague, the Minister of Innovation, who still can't give us any deadline as to when decisions will be made on the Bombardier file. So I can't claim to know what the government's thinking. But faced with this bill, we're not inspired by any great confidence in the future of those jobs remaining there. They're supposed to be protected by this act, and now it would all be in Air Canada's hands. Mr. Speaker, before we move forward, I think we have to have some context here. It will be important to understand where we came from in this file and what the history is over the last few years. In 2012, when Avios announced that they were going bankrupt, of course, but the unions and the machinists, and of course the government Quebec government said that Air Canada was not respecting its obligations in terms of the Act. We saw 3,000 jobs lost following this news at the time. And we asked many questions that, of course, we never had answers to. We asked it of the Conservative government at the time, wondering what they were going to do to enforce the Act. And, of course, we were provided with all kinds of excuses and talking about the market. But this is legal obligation that we are talking about, and we were never given an explanation. But what's important, and what we are concerned with here today, because we have a new government, of course, is the Liberals' questions. They were so indignant at the time. The Prime Minister himself, which, let's remember, he's a member from Montreal, he stood with the workers who were protesting. He protested himself. And as my colleague from Elmwood Transcona said, he wasn't ashamed to sing Kumbaya, so solidarity, and all of these slogans with the protesters. And he said at the time that the Conservatives came to Ottawa and Ottawa changed them. Well, now it's the other way around. The Liberals came to Ottawa to change Ottawa, but Ottawa has changed them, except that it hasn't changed them. They're the same old Liberals that they've always been. They go out and the Prime Minister protests with those workers. What's illegal today and what's illegal yesterday remain to be illegal in both cases. This is shameful and disgraceful, Mr. Speaker.
C'est surtout indigne, Monsieur le Président, parce que...
And, Mr. Speaker, we've promised so much. They promised to do things differently, and unfortunately, that's not what we're seeing today. So I'd like to carry on with this background that I'm giving you. We saw what happened in 2012, and we saw with the purchase of the C-Series, which is not, it's a promise, but it's not a done deal at this point in time. We saw that the government of Quebec has withdrawn its court case. So that's important in this issue. But once again, we can see that the federal government is taking advantage of these circumstances. The Minister, not of Finance rather, but Transport at the time, a few months back, it doesn't seem like such a long time ago, but time does seem to be flying. But the Minister of Transport said to us that this is to give more flexibility. But when I hear that, I hear giving Air Canada the opportunity to not comply with this legislation and do what they want and to do things that they're not allowed to do today. So it's important. I heard several Liberal colleagues say the same thing. I even heard a Liberal colleague say, well, let's not have confidence in the workers, the Canadian workers, and our Canadian industrial capacity. Well, I'd like to give them a few figures that are important in the context, Mr. Speaker. Export of the value chain to the Asia-Pacific region. Since between 2000 and 2003, there's been 198% increase in the supply chain. So these are jobs that have been lost here and have moved offshore. 20% of the global growth in the value of exports is something that's happening here, and it's moving toward the Asia-Pacific region. So what we're trying to do is keep aerospace jobs here, but we're shipping them off to Asia and to other countries. And so there's more and more precarious work in these industries, and we should be there to protect them. We don't have any doubts about the competence of our workers in this industry. We just have questions about market forces and the fact that these jobs are not being protected, because after all, we have good working conditions here in this country, pensions, guaranteed incomes that guarantee quality jobs, and of course, it's much easier for big companies to ship these jobs offshore where it costs them less. But we're here to protect the people who elected us, and that's why we have to say, quite frankly, Air Canada is benefiting from taxpayer dollars, and they should be protecting these jobs. And once again, one of my colleagues said so well in their question, we've often seen in the last few years whether it's through a decrease in tax rates for big businesses. Companies will promise that they're going to keep those jobs here, and unfortunately, that's not what happens. I have many more things to say, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's now time for question period. I will continue later on. Thank you.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly will have 10 minutes. When the House returns to the debate in the future. Statements by members. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, this week, the only unilingual francophone minister was criticized because she declined to grant an interview in English to CBC. Ministers, judges at the Supreme Court, who are unilingual anglophones, is apparently normal, but a unilingual francophone minister raises an outcry. That's unacceptable. The Minister of Revenue stated that unilingual francophone ministers were perhaps judged more harshly than unilingual anglophones. And that's the least we can say. I congratulate the Minister for having taken a stand, and I invite all Canadian members of Parliament who believe in social justice to support us. We have to move beyond denial. It's more than high time for members from Quebec, not just to Bloc Québécois members, to stand here proudly. I will conclude by quoting a Francophone proverb that says we have to not be indifferent, otherwise we'll simply be insignificant.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm pleased to have the opportunity to stand in the House and acknowledge April as being Oral Health Month. Oral Health Month gives us an opportunity to recognize Canada's dedicated oral health professionals as our dentists and dental hygienists work tirelessly to keep our mouths and teeth healthy. In fact, this week is also National Dental Hygienist Week. Recently, I had a privilege of meeting with the members of the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association and learning about the numerous innovative ways that they're providing frontline services to Canadians in my riding of Brampton West and all across our country. To everyone involved with providing oral health care to Canadians, please accept my warmest thank you for all your countless contribution and wish you all a continued success during Oral Health Month. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of National Volunteer Week, tomorrow the town of Innisfil is hosting their annual Community Volunteer Appreciation Barbecue. I have the honour of attending this wonderful event with Mayor Gord Walkup, Deputy Mayor Lynn Dolan, and members of Innisfil Council. This is the first year Innisfil will be awarding a Community Volunteer Award, and the recipient will be Pastor Howard Courtney on behalf of Innisfil Community Church. Pastor Courtney's leadership on numerous programs, including the Food Bank, the Clothing Depot, seniors programming, youth mentoring, and adult life groups, has been simply amazing. Volunteers in Canada devote approximately 2 billion hours annually, which is the equivalent of about 1 million full-time jobs. Volunteering has a direct impact on the lives of Canadians, whether it's mentoring children, providing health care, or supporting and giving companionship. Mr. Speaker, Pastor Courtney is well deserving of this tribute, and Innisfil is incredibly lucky to have him in the community.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in the House to recognize the life of a great individual from Charlottetown, Jacob Knockwood, who passed away earlier this week. Jake was known for hanging out on his bench in downtown Charlottetown. There, he loved to listen to his Walkman, usually decked out in some Montreal Canadiens paraphernalia. He always appreciated any mention of his beloved Habs from passers-by. Jake was an avid sportsman, bringing home countless medals in the Special Olympics as the goalie for the floor hockey team. Jake was born with a cleft lip and palate. He became a champion for the rights of people with disabilities out of necessity when he was placed in a psychiatric institution against his will. My heart was warmed to learn that Jake had his last 8 months out of hospital, living with his advocate and friend, Pat Sobey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me stand and recognize Jake and his downtown family in Charlottetown.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first opportunity I have had to rise in this House since the terrible car accident that took the life of Constable Sarah Beckett of the West Shore RCMP Detachment in the early morning hours of April the 5th. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra for her kind words earlier this week, but I also wanted to pay tribute as the Member of Parliament who represents the City of Langford. Constable Beckett was laid to rest with full RCMP regimental honours on Tuesday in a service that was attended by thousands. She is survived by her husband Brad and two sons, Lucas and Emmett, and a community fundraising effort has already surpassed $90,000 for the family and is still ongoing. Our police, women and men, put themselves in harm's way every day on the job for our safety and security. I join with all MPs in offering my heartfelt condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of Constable Beckett.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, the annual commemoration of Vimy, which took place on April 9th in Vimy in 1917. The regiments from across Canada conducted a battle as Canadians, and they contributed to confirming Canada's identity. We salute the bravery of the soldiers present on that day, and who began and continue to build this society.
From riding of Vimy in Laval, we carry with us a constant reminder of this great Canadian victory and its everlasting impression on our heritage and place in the world. We are forever grateful and indebted to the veterans who served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, several years ago, my office joined a group of community stakeholders known then as the Safe City Oshawa Partnership. One of the projects we decided to try was called Communities with Brooms, an initiative that would bring together Oshawa's downtown community for an annual cleanup in the spring of each year. I am proud to say that next Friday, April 22nd, Oshawa will come together once again to participate in our 8th annual Community with Brooms event. Every year, this initiative sees a diverse group of community members from local schools, churches, businesses, and individuals band together to make our streets safer and cleaner. Following the cleanup, volunteers drop by my office for an appreciation barbecue. I want to thank the numerous volunteers who make both the cleanup and the barbecue happen year after year. I also want to encourage my colleagues to take Oshawa's success story back to their communities, because when we all work together, great things can happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, this is National Volunteer Week, and I'm pleased to recognize the many volunteers across my riding and in our country. I stand today to congratulate and recognize the well over 1,000 volunteers that made two events possible in my riding recently. The Labrador Winter Games, known as the Olympics of the North, has brought together 23 communities in the spirit of sport and sharing of culture in what is dubbed as the Friendship Games. The second event, known as Kane's Quest, is the world's longest and toughest snowmobile endurance race throughout all regions of Labrador. It has gained national and international attention and participation from racers. I want to congratulate the winners, the competitors, for their cultural and innovative spirit, to their teams and all participants that helped showcase Labrador to the world and to ourselves. We may have a small population, Mr. Speaker, but we have a large geographic landmass, and we are people of large hearts as well. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, it's National Wildlife Week, and this year we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Migratory Birds Convention concluded between Canada and the United States. 100 years of protecting migratory birds and their habitat, and protection for a crucial part of our biodiversity. Each year, these birds migrate across large territories in North America, but some 70 species are at risk. The 54 national wildlife areas and 92 sanctuaries help Canada protect these birds within our borders, but international cooperation is required throughout the time that they are migrating.
Partners to make a difference in bird conservation and protection. In Washington, the Prime Minister and President Obama committed to developing a vision for the next century of migratory bird conservation. Together, we can give wings to wildlife conservation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday in Leslieville Community Hall in central Alberta, I had the privilege of attending the Rocky Mountain House Agriculture Society's annual Salute Agriculture Banquet. This event celebrated the achievements of local farmers in the area. During the event, post-secondary education bursaries were given out. Ms. J.D. Vandervis from Alhambra, Alberta, in her first year of education at Red Deer College, was one of the recipients. Later on, I was speaking with J.D. about her wishes to become a teacher in her future. During the conversation, she excitedly mentioned that she had been selected as a finalist in the Miss Ponoka Rodeo Queen competition. I've just learned that she was selected. Congratulations, J.D., for becoming the 2016 Ponoka Rodeo Queen and for winning a post-secondary education bursary. Well done, young lady. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, on the snowy day of April 2nd, residents of Mississauga, Erin Mills gathered to stand united against terrorism. They voiced their sympathy for victims in terror attacks in Lahore, Peshawar, Paris, Brussels, Ankara, Baghdad, Jakarta, and the list sadly goes on. Together we condemned acts of terror and vowed to always speak out against these horrendous crimes. Allow me to thank Reverend B and Imam Salimi for their prayers and some of my amazing constituents who made this vigil happen. Thanks to Dar, Faisal, Farina, Irfan, Yasser, Saima, Brittany, Hifza, Abdul Latif, and the Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore. Terrorism has no religion, knows no faith, understands no conviction. When innocent children are slaughtered, they're not Muslim or Christian or Jewish. They're not black or white. They're children of humanity. Terrorism doesn't know that either. I vow today to stand and to do my part in eradicating terrorism. Mr. Speaker, today is cruel. Tomorrow may be even more cruel, but the day after tomorrow will be beautiful. Thank you.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to recognize that Mental Health Week is fast approaching. It's actually in early May. Also, in the light of what the events that happened in Attawapiskat and in other communities, I would like to raise awareness about the importance of mental health. 1 in 5 people in Canada live with a mental illness. This year's theme is Get Loud, speak up against the stigma and discrimination surrounding mental illness and using your own voice to raise awareness. Nous connaissons tous que...
We all know someone who's suffering from a mental illness, and by getting loud, we can contribute to reducing the stigmatization surrounding mental illness in Canada.
Organization, and to check out the webpage weareallpeers.wordpress.com for a personal story that sheds some light on these issues. Please support your family, your friends, and your community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Volunteer Week, a time to celebrate and thank Canada's nearly 13 million volunteers for their selfless work they do to help those around them. Volunteers are the roots of our strong communities, which happens to be this year's theme. Volunteers don't always have the time, but they always have the heart. Nothing is more incredible than to say thank you to all of our incredible citizens who take time out of their day to do something for someone else. There are so many wonderful ways to help each other, and I thank each and every one of you for doing what you do. I am proud to be a volunteer, as should each of you. In my own community, thousands of volunteers take part in activities for our hospital, food banks, teen centres, and many other charitable organizations and churches. As we wrap up National Volunteer Week, I would like to say thank you for all of you do. If you want to touch the past, touch a rock. If you want to touch the present, touch a flower. If you want to touch the future, touch a life. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On March 27, as families gathered to celebrate Easter in a park in Lahore, Pakistan, 75 people were killed and more than 340 wounded in a barbaric act of terror. As a mother and as an immigrant from Pakistan, my heart goes out to the families of the victims. Wherever you live, you should be free to worship how you choose and gather where you choose. No religion teaches hate and violence. Terrorists cannot justify their barbarity on their distorted view of religion. Terrorists are criminals, nothing more. As we mourn the victims, I find myself wishing there were easy solutions, but there are not. What we can do is ensure we don't allow these cowards to drive wedges of faith, ethnicity, or culture between us. Let us stand together to reject terror and the fear, division, and mistrust it seeks to create. As we honor the victims of Lahore, may that be their legacy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, over 400 abandoned vessels pollute Canada's coasts, and Ladysmith has more than anywhere. To make things even worse, the vessel Silver King from my neighbour's riding was towed this week into Ladysmith Harbour in my riding. Now, the last time the government towed an abandoned vessel into Ladysmith, it sat there for 4 years.
Shame.
It never left. And the vessel Vicky Lynn 2 has been rusting in the harbour ever since. 13,000 litres of oil on board risk jobs in shellfish and tourism. A Coast Guard report says it's sure to sink, yet there it sits. The NDP's proposed comprehensive coast-wide solution to this long-standing problem. And I urge the government to immediately remove the Vicky Lynn 2. Do not wait for it to sink to take action. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, allow me to pay tribute to someone in my riding, the Knights of Columbus. This organization hosted an event for me and gave me a program for international and community activities for the Marché aux Puces in my riding. 2 years ago, there was a fire that took out the warehouse right before the flea market, but thanks to the work of so many volunteers and the generosity of people in Quebec City, the Knights of Columbus were able to hold the event, and it was very successful. This group, the Knights of Columbus across the country, does excellent work. It provides generosity to many people. I'd like to invite everyone to today until Sunday to go to Loretteville to participate in the event this year. You'll see all kinds of great things on sale. Good success, enjoy the event, and good luck to the Knights of Columbus across the country.
Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, once again I stand in this House with a heavy heart. Last Thursday, Karen Costa, age 52, the mother of Western University Jeffrey Costa, age 22, was trying to protect her son when both of them fell into their death. This comes at a time when the Richmond Hill community continues to be in deep mourning from the recent lives lost, yet again, due to mental illness. These families never wavered in their unconditional support for their loved ones who had been struggling with mental health issues. Access to these services is a critical issue, and Canadians need our help now. If we truly are committed to breaking this stigma, we must take mental health services more accessible and affordable for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, on April 28, entertainers and activists will unite at the Richmond Hill Community Centre for performing art for the High Notes Gala for Mental Health. I'm proud to support events like this in our community that work to end the stigma, encourage people to get help, and save lives. Thank you.
Question oral questions. The honourable member for Carleton.
According to Finance Canada, 622,000 businesses claimed the small business deduction in 2011, and those businesses paid almost $150 billion in wages that year. The Liberal budget proposes to change the Income Tax Act by raising the small business rate by a half point, a point, and a point and a half over the next 3 respective years. Why did the Liberals break their promise and raise taxes on the small businesses that employ over 6 million Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business.
Colleague for the question. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at the budget as a whole because we understand and we know that the budget focuses on the middle class, which is the key for small business. Mr. Speaker, we know that middle-class Canadians are those who own and work in small businesses. They're also customers and clients. And we know a strong, vibrant middle class is great for business. And our government is making very important investments which will directly help small business. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The member for Carleton.
Liberals say they want to transfer wealth from the rich to everyone else, so they should celebrate when philanthropists give millions to food banks or Aboriginal job training programs. Used to be that when generous Canadians sold an investment and gave the proceeds to a charity, the money would be taxed. That did not hurt the philanthropist, who planned to give it all away regardless. It hurt the charity, which lost a large chunk of the donation to the government. Conservatives got rid of this tax on charities. Why did the Liberal budget bring it back?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, we have a budget that works for the middle class, that works for Canadian families, and I'd just like to remind my colleague opposite, Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Wall Street Journal called us the poster child of the international IMF Global Growth Strategy. The Financial Times called Canada a glimmer of light in the world. The head of the IMF, Madame Lagarde, just praised Canada for an approach that is credible, targeted, and realistic. Mr. Speaker, we will continue on a growth of path. That's what Canadians want, and that's what everyone in the world is celebrating about Canada.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Speaker, the Liberal budget offers hundreds of millions of dollars in new corporate welfare programs to the wealthy and well-connected. The same budget brings back a tax on charitable donations. A policy that gives handouts to the wealthy and taxes the very groups which feed the hungry and house the homeless is the very opposite of social justice. The Liberals promised during the election to be Robin Hood. Why are they acting so much like the Sheriff of Nottingham?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, I would invite him to read the budget in its entirety, because actually this budget is the budget for middle-class Canadians and Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. We are the government who reduced the taxes for the middle class. 9 million Canadians are paying less tax as of January 1st because of this government. We will continue to invest in Canadian families, continue to invest in the Canadian economy, continue to invest in growth. That's what Canadian wants, and you know, Mr. Speaker, that's what we'll do.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, this government has a serious transparency problem. It is hiding tax increases that Canadians will have to pay in order to pay back the out-of-control spending, and the government is refusing to disclose the attendees at the dubious fundraising event by the Minister of Justice. This lack of transparency now involves the Prime Minister, who's refusing to answer questions about his numbered companies. Can the government tell us if it intends to finally start being transparent, or was transparency just an empty campaign promise?
Second immigration.
Mr. Speaker, this government has shown transparency and integrity at a level that we haven't seen for at least 10 years. To give you a specific instance, the Ethics Commissioner indicated that there were no problems with the fundraising event. She repeated that afterward, so I don't have any problem with this, but I don't know why they're asking questions about something that isn't a problem. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, on September 8th, we read a large percentage of small businesses are actually just ways for wealthier Canadians to save on their taxes. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? It was the current Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, owners of small businesses are honest Canadians who work hard. Everyone on this side of the House knows that.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that he was actually talking about his own financial arrangements on September 8th, 2015? When will we get to the truth, Mr. Speaker?
Secretary Parliamentary.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business.
And we know they need a robust economy. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague of some of the things that we're doing to make very important investments which are directly helping small business. We're investing over $11 billion in infrastructure spending, $500 million for broadband in rural and remote areas, which is definitely for small business. Another $50 million for the Industrial Research Program, $4 million for the Canadian Technical Accelerator Initiative, and $800 million for innovation. Mr. Speaker, this government is definitely helping small business.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the crisis in Attawapiskat is unfortunately not an isolated event. Young Aboriginal people across the country are living in conditions that no one here would accept for their own children. These young people need resources, but the budget does not earmark any money for this crisis or deal with mental health problems of Indigenous people. Will the minister commit to increasing the budget for mental health and finally help Aboriginal communities? Honourable Minister of Health.
This House has talked before about the fact that there are numerous factors that address mental health in all Canadian communities, including Indigenous communities. Our government is investing deeply in those matters to bring better education to these communities, to address the public health needs in these communities, to make sure that the infrastructure is there. In addition to that, I will be working with my department to find new ways that we can continue to support these communities in mental health care.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many Indigenous youth are growing up feeling hopeless instead of hopeful, desperate instead of empowered. Unfortunately, this government offered no new money in the budget for mental health, no new suicide prevention strategy, no new youth programming. And we all know that words alone are not enough to solve this crisis. But there is still time to do the right thing. Will the Liberals add targeted new investments for mental health services in this year's budget?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I agree with her that it is indeed important to empower young people, to give them reason for hope, and we are working hard along with our colleagues, both our colleagues in provincial governments as well as our leaders in First Nations communities. I have been working, speaking to the community in Attawapiskat, for instance. I spoke to some of the mental health workers there last evening. We will continue to work to find ways to work with our teams to address the mental health needs in these communities.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister is meeting with his G20 counterparts today. In the wake of the Panama Papers, the world is demanding action. France has called for a tax havens blacklist, and the European leaders are calling for an international registry to track owners of shell companies. Will the Finance Minister support these specific measures to tackle tax havens, or is he worried it might affect his company's holdings in the Bahamas?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a question. Mr. Speaker, this is the government which is tackling tax evasion, Mr. Speaker. We're investing $444.4 million to tackle tax evasion. That's going to do three things, Mr. Speaker. Provide the technology to the Canadian Revenue Agency, provide the teams to the Canadian Revenue Agency, provide also the tools that they need to detect, to investigate, and prosecute those who are doing tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, that's the government who's going after tax evasion once for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, here's the situation. We've got a Prime Minister using numbered companies to pay less tax, a finance minister running a company with his name on it, using the Bahamas to make more profit. Regular Canadians have to pay their fair share of taxes, but the wealthy, well, the bar's open for them. This is hypocritical. Does the Prime Minister realize that people are tired of seeing the same well-connected people benefiting from the system? Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. As I've already said, this government is dealing with tax evasion, and we said that even before the election, before the Panama Papers, we said that we were going to put money into that, and we put $440 million in the budget to deal with the problem, to provide for technology and equipment, to detect the problems, to investigate, and to collect the money due. This government is dealing with tax evasion.
For South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal budget indicated that all public transportation money given to communities will be based on ridership numbers. This means that communities with underdeveloped public transit will receive less funds than those communities with robust developed public infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, it is precisely those communities that don't have adequate public transit and need those funds the most. Will the minister amend the statement in the budget to reflect this reality and support small and rapid-growing communities across Canada?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud to make historic investments in public transit, including $3.4 billion in the first phase. That money will go where the money is needed to repair, to rehabilitate, and to modernize the existing infrastructures across 100 communities in Canada. For new systems, money is also available for them under the Building Canada, under the new gas tax money to restart and rebuild new systems.
Full member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public transit is one of the most important infrastructure needs for Canadian communities. Now, last fall, the Liberals made numerous promises to get elected, and we've heard those, and they have delivered on none. The minister talks about fast-tracking public transit projects, but all we're seeing is road repair and data collection. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell Canadians when they can expect to find the funding for new transit projects?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, never in my recent memory we have seen the kind of support our budget has received from mayors across this country, from Federation of Canadian Municipalities, from big city mayors, from provinces and territories, because they understand that we work in partnership, in collaboration, that our investments in transit, in social infrastructure, in green infrastructure are going to make a real difference to build the kind of communities they want in partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we see the Liberal ministers following the recommendations of their communications gurus day after day, but on the ground, there's nothing happening. Rhetoric aside, the Minister of Infrastructure, who is a former municipal councillor, should know that to get shovels in the ground this summer, municipalities need to act now. All our municipalities have got from this Liberal government is press releases. Time is of the essence. So why isn't the minister moving ahead to create jobs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my staff and I are in touch with the provinces, territories, and municipalities on a weekly basis to let them know and update on the way we are proceeding in the delivery of infrastructure. Our goal is to invest in this construction season, and we are doing that by fast-tracking the existing Building Canada Fund, as well as making sure that new money gets into the communities in a speedy and a timely fashion, and we are working very closely to deliver on that commitment.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, the next construction season isn't 2017, it's 2016. So this is still the same plan, the same rhetoric. There is communications, but there is no action. We know that there's almost nothing to help municipalities with infrastructure in Budget 2016 for this year. This is another broken promise. Can the minister tell us how many projects will be carried out this year, not in 5 years, this year for municipal infrastructure? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Speaker, allow me to share some information with you how much the previous government actually invested in infrastructure for the last 2 years. Out of the $14 billion allocated for municipal infrastructure, only 24 million has been invested.
Shame.
That is not how we will do business. We will invest immediately. That is why we committed to invest $10 billion of new money in this construction season and the next construction season to support municipalities to build the kind.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the Prime Minister's first decisions was to throw $2.65 billion at foreign climate change projects. He then proposed to pay for those with a punishing carbon tax grab on the provinces and territories, something the Premier soundly rejected. To make matters worse, the recent budget announced another $2 billion for a low-carbon slush fund. When will the Prime Minister stop wasting taxpayers' money?
The Honourable Parliament's Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that reducing emissions will make our economy more competitive, not less. This is about moving forward in a manner that respects our international obligations to addressing what is a critical international issue, and doing so in a measured manner where we bring along the provinces in a pan-Canadian approach to addressing this critical issue of climate change, creating economic opportunities on a go-forward basis in a manner that will enable us to have a strong economy as we proceed forward. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, I thank the member for his excuse, but the Prime Minister continues to break promise after promise on things such as deficits, balanced budgets, small business taxes. So Canadians want to know why he now wants to hammer them with a punishing carbon tax grab. With the government spending billions of dollars on the Prime Minister's vanity projects abroad, and with thousands upon thousands of Canadians losing their jobs, when will the Prime Minister get serious about looking after Canadians?
The Honourable Parliament's Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and we need to grow our economy in a sustainable way. They also know that reducing emissions will make our economy more competitive, not less. I was very pleased this week to hear the words of Pierre Gratton, the President and CEO of the Canadian Mining Association, speaking on behalf of one of Canada's largest industries. He stated that they support carbon pricing, that it represents the most effective and efficient means of driving emissions reductions, and that making real progress in global fight against climate change. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in a panel at the University of Ottawa, the Minister of Democratic Reform presented 8 principles for electoral reform. But, surprise, surprise, there was no mention of the need for our system to be more proportional. Both the current and previous governments were elected with less than 40% of the popular vote. Canadians want a system where their votes will really count. Can the minister tell us why proportional representation was left off her list of principles?
Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister.
On a fait une promesse.
We made a promise, which was to change our system. And we will make sure that the system does change.
Speaker, that the member could be rest assured that the principle that every single vote in Canada is given voice, that we ensure that everybody is enfranchised, is heard. And when the minister spoke yesterday and she's talked about the fundamental principle of ensuring that Canadians are given that opportunity to express their democratic will is one that we will be assured will happen in this process.
Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
If the government wants to ensure that, then putting proportionality in as one of the principles would be the best way to do it. As we build this new system, we must enshrine the very best principles and values. Virtually every successful democracy around the world has put proportionality into their system, yet this minister's 8 principles is missing this key element. Canadians want an end to false majorities, where a minority of voters give a party 100% of the power. It's been 6 months, and Liberals have been dragging their heels while experts warn us that we're running out of time. Will, at the very least, will the Liberals give up their false majority on the committee so that we can work together on behalf of all Canadians to come up with a good and proportional system in the next election?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
We've waited since Confederation to evolve our electoral system. And in the last election, we made a commitment to change that system, to make it more representative, to give Canadians a greater voice in our democratic process.
And I deeply respect the opinions expressed by the members opposite. I look forward to working with them. I know they're anxious to get to work. But, Mr. Speaker, we've got to ensure that we do this process right. And prejudging that process by saying that we're going to pick a certain system from the onset is the wrong approach. Mr. Speaker, let's work collaboratively. Let's sit down and get this right, engage Canadians, think it through, and do the...
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' actions speak louder than words. Last night, the Environment Minister hosted a reception with anti-energy lobby groups, Environmental Defence, Equiterre, and the Pembina Institute. No wonder Canadians don't believe the Liberals' empty rhetoric about supporting energy workers and getting market access. The fact is, the minister's friends at Environmental Defence believe that the Energy East pipeline must be rejected. Do the Liberals agree?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I think we've been very clear. Canada is in the process of renewing and revising its environmental assessment processes. We will kick off that process later this year. This is a requirement because the members opposite fundamentally lost the confidence of Canadians in the changes that they made in an omnibus budget bill in 2012, which destroyed the confidence Canadians had in the environmental assessment regime. We plan to restore the confidence of Canadians so that we can more effectively get our resources to market, and that is what we are going to do.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
The Liberals are undermining confidence in Canadian energy. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Environment Minister tweeted a column that said, "The era of fossil fuels must be brought to an end, and quickly." The fact that the Paris scheme may be in force years earlier than expected is, quote, hopefully a rude shock to the fossil fuel industry, which is, quote, cause for considerable excitement. It's certainly shocking to the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who depend on our energy sector, but it explains the delays and extra red tape. Is it the Liberals' real agenda?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, thoughtful Canadians know that focusing on reducing our carbon emissions will actually make our economy stronger, not weaker. We plan to move forward with a robust strategy to address climate change, to foster clean tech development, to foster renewable energy development, and concurrently work to get our resources to market in a framework that allows us to build our economy and at the same time become greener and much more carbon friendly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the member opposite brought up reducing emissions. BC LNG has the potential to provide a positive impact on reducing global pollution. Electricity generated by natural gas has 50% fewer emissions than other forms of generation, making it the much cleaner option. Canada can be part of that positive change if and only if we permit natural gas to be shipped from our shores. Mr. Speaker, when will this government show their support for projects that can actually help reduce emissions like Pacific Northwest LNG?
Good question. Very good. The Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January, the Government of Canada, as you know, outlined our interim approach of 5 principles that will guide decision-making on all major resource projects under review. Budget 2016 provides $16.5 million over 3 years to the National Energy Board, Natural Resources Canada, and Transport Canada to implement the interim approach. We look forward to working with our partners in order to implement this process. Thank you.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
And yet BC waits and waits and waits. Right. Yesterday I presented a petition signed by hundreds of residents representing thousands of people in northern BC calling on the government to support BC LNG projects. Many of those who signed the petition are struggling to make ends meet. These are real people due to low energy prices which are hurting our local economy. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, BC LNG projects will create thousands of jobs, billions of dollars in tax revenues they need, while also helping reduce emissions. I guess my question seems simple to me. Maybe I'll just say it a word for the Liberals to understand it. When are you going to get out of the way and allow these important projects to move forward?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting that the other day the member opposite from Grand Prairie Mackenzie stated that we should approve a project that actually hasn't even applied yet. appreciates and sympathizes with the hardships families and communities are experiencing in this resource downturn. We are looking forward to working with our partners, including the province of BC, to help get our resources to market in a sustainable way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the government representative in the Senate asked for a supplementary budget of $800,000 for his own office. We're therefore talking about a $1 million budget in total, no less. He wants to be able to hire 9 more employees to manage the independent senators. He even wants to appoint a whip. It seems like there's something wrong with this. The Prime Minister keeps saying that there are no more Liberal senators in the Senate, only senators who are Liberal. Can the government stop hoodwinking Canadians with this so-called Senate reform?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important for us to recognize that earlier this week, 7 extremely impressive individuals took their seat in the Senate and as independent senators. Peter Hawley, a long-time and highly respected public servant, is named the government representative in the Senate. I am confident in his abilities to bring senators together to study, adopt, and when required, improve government legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Luban.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday news broke that the government's representative in the Senate demanded nearly $1 million to run his office. Talk about entitlement. Liberals are already spending $1 million a year on the advisory board that recommended him. And now he wants another $1 million to manage supposedly independent senators on behalf of the Liberal government. Will the government turn down his outrageous request for yet more money spent on this outdated and unnecessary institution?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that the member is aware that the Senate in itself sets its budget, and we need to be able to respect that fact. What I can assure the member is that there is a sense of accountability and transparency there, and I would remind the member that it was his party and his caucus that resisted at all costs proactive disclosure, and if it wasn't for the current Prime Minister, we still wouldn't have proactive disclosure in the New Democratic caucus, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, last month, the Minister for the Status of Women led the Canadian delegation during the 60th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women inform this House of the achievements of this session? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It was an honour for me to be part of the Canadian delegation to the United Nations Commission. I was proud to have the opportunity to work with other nations in order to give women and girls tools around the world to achieve their full potential. I'm particularly proud that Canada was elected to be a member of the Commission, which will allow Canada to participate more vigorously in the defense and promotion of women's and girls' rights around the world.
Mr. Speaker, by international standards, Canada has fewer doctors specializing in palliative care than countries such as the U.S. or Australia. Out of 77,000 physicians in Canada, a recent survey identified only 51 palliative care specialists, as well as 123 family physicians whose practices focus on palliative care. Where is the evidence that the Liberals have any concrete plan to address this crucial issue of palliative care? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of the matter of palliative care. Yesterday in this House, we were pleased to present a new legislation which will address the needs of Canadians at the end of their lives. We acknowledged in our communications yesterday that Canada has a long way to go in making sure that all Canadians have access to high-quality care at the end of life, including palliative care. I am determined to work with my colleagues in the provinces and territories. We are determined to make the investments necessary to make sure that all Canadians have access to the care that they need at the end of their lives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in reference to the Supreme Court of Canada decision yesterday, our Health Minister stated that the Liberals need to confront the fact that access to high-quality palliative care is available in a very patchy manner across the country. While the Liberals keep talking about their commitment to palliative care, their free spending budget doesn't earmark one single dollar for it.
Right.
Why do the Liberals continue to break their promises by saying one thing and then doing another?
Exactly. Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, it has been clear since the time that we campaigned and from the beginning of the time that we formed government that we are committed to making sure that Canadians have access to the health care services they need. We are investing in home care. We have committed to investing $3 billion in home care, and I have spoken with my colleagues in the provinces and territories to make sure that palliative care is part of that package. We will make sure that Canadians have access to the palliative care they need. We will make sure it is accessible across this country. I am determined to do so.
Well, member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Daniels decision by the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that 600,000 Métis and non-status Indians are under federal jurisdiction. This decision will create profound fiscal obligations, and any prudent government would have analyzed the full implications. So will the minister share with Canadians what they project the cost of this decision will be?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in this new chapter of relations between Canada and our Indigenous people, we certainly welcome the ruling and the clarity that this ruling gives. We support and respect all Indigenous people in this country, Mr. Speaker, including First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. Mr. Speaker, this will be another chapter in which we will be able to lift up Indigenous people throughout this country and maintain good on our commitment as a Liberal government in Canada.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, not only will there be significant costs from the decision, there will be increased complexity in the development of our natural resources. Once again, any prudent government would have anticipated the implications of the decision. So will the minister explain how this will impact our critical natural resource development and the processes?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I reject the concept that acknowledging Indigenous people and clarifying their rights within our country is an impediment to development of any resources.
Order. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, if we're ever to move away from the colonialism that we have experienced over the many years in this country in dealing with Indigenous governments and people, we have to start thinking differently to get a different result. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Vancouver Islanders are happy to see the government listen to the NDP calls to remove a sinking 100-foot derelict tug from a sensitive area in my riding. The problem is that there's still no plan to deal with more than 400 other abandoned vessels. These pose a threat not only to the environment but also to the economy of coastal communities like mine. A boat-by-boat approach simply won't cut it. Yeah. When will this government present a national strategy to deal with abandoned and derelict vessels?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member for his question. We want to make sure that everybody realizes that Transport Canada is working with its partners to develop options to address the issue of abandoned vessels and wrecks that can pose environmental and safety risks and cause local economic harm, for example, loss of revenue of reduced tourism. We're on top of it. We're taking care of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, we need a national plan, not a ship-by-ship approach, not more talking. While the sinking tug my colleague referred to was removed, it was towed to Ladysmith Harbour along dozens of other derelict vessels. So last year, NDP MP Jean Crowder introduced the kind of comprehensive coastwide solution this country needs, and last year the Liberal Party supported it, including the Prime Minister. So why the delay? Will the government adopt our bill and finally deal with abandoned vessels?
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to reiterate, Transport Canada continues the process. We've consulted on a possible regime to address the hazardous wrecks, and we are incorporating feedback into development of a comprehensive approach, and we would not want nothing less. The costs of removing these vessels can be high and often beyond the capacity of local communities and marinas. So we realize that this is an issue, and we are making sure that we address it as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal budget is almost completely silent on interprovincial trade. Now, interprovincial trade represents about 20% of our GDP, a great chance for us to grow our economy. An agreement on internal trade was supposed to be announced at the end of March, but here we are weeks later, and still the government is radio silent. The minister claims that they're close to a new deal, but we don't know exactly when. Can the minister please advise this place as to when we can expect a new agreement on internal trade?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Science and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. As he knows, as he was at the committee yesterday, at the Industry Committee, the minister is continuing his discussions with the provinces on working on an agreement on internal trade. We know it's important. We know it would be an advantage to Canada to create greater growth, better productivity, to sharing goods and services across our provinces, our provincial and territorial borders. We're working very hard on the issue. As you know, there are many parties to this deal, and therefore the negotiations get a little complex, Mr. Speaker, but I'm glad to hear that the minister, the honourable member rather, and his party would be supportive of any agreement on internal trade.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that they're working hard. But at the same token, the Canadians are being left without. We are seeing foreign direct investment at record paces out of this country. That means that it's going to be up to domestic producers to scale up. This is the perfect opportunity, a debt-free way for us to grow our economy. What is the holdup? Why is this government continuing to stall on something that can be very good for our economy?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Science and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to say after October 19th, this top-down approach to command and order approach to negotiating is over. This is a government that believes in working in partnership with our partners, and to have an agreement on internal trade between the provinces and territories requires discussion in good faith, Mr. Speaker. That's what's happening. This is what this government is going to deliver, and we're looking forward to the support of all members for an agreement on internal trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in 1994, the government put in place a specialized labeling exemption that allows wine bottled in Canada but made from non-Canadian grapes to be labelled as cellared in Canada. This was to be an interim measure while our Canadian industry took root, but 22 years later, our industry is thriving and making international award-winning wine. The cellared in Canada designation devalues the Canadian wine brand and is misleading for consumers. So, Mr. Speaker, will the government commit to reviewing this decades-old interim measure and ensure truth in labeling for Canadian wines?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Science and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for this question. This is an issue which we're taking a look at, Mr. Speaker, and that I would have to take the question under advisement and to consult with our officials and to come back. I'll be happy to speak with the member at any time outside of this House.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the town of Newmarket recently proclaimed National Health and Fitness Day to be held on the first Saturday of every June, this year, June 4th. This initiative is a growing recognition to enhance the health and fitness of constituents and all Canadians. Many local councils across Canada have taken part, all with the goal of raising awareness to celebrate and promote the importance of health. Physical activity and healthy eating go hand in hand. Will the Minister of Health please tell me what the Government of Canada is doing to promote healthy lifestyles across Canada? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as a family doctor, a parent, and the Minister of Health, I know that healthy lifestyles are a key to a high quality of life. That's why our government is committed to restricting commercial marketing of unhealthy food and beverages to children, regulations to eliminate trans fats, and to reduce salt in processed foods, all while improving food labels to support Canadians in making healthy choices. In the months ahead, I look forward to working with the provinces and territories and all members of this House, including my neighbour and honourable colleague from Newmarket Aurora, to build a better and healthier Canada.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister claimed last night that her consultations with Canadians have revealed 8 consensus principles to guide electoral reform. And we've seen no evidence of these supposed consultations, so it would be awfully nice if she could share the process, what it's been, if indeed one exists at all. One piece of public consultation that we have seen is the poll showing that by a 4-to-1 margin, Canadians demand a referendum on any voting change. Now, whereas 17%, only 17% think it's okay for the Liberals to impose a new voting system without a referendum. Therefore, will the Liberals stop posturing and hold a referendum on what?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Let's start with principles. One of the principles is the so-called Fair Elections Act needs to be amended. One of the principles is that every Canadian be empowered and given the opportunity to vote. That the kind of voter suppression that we saw and the sort of anti-democratic measures that were brought about needs to be changed. In the last election, Canadians spoke very clearly for that change. And we're at the beginning of the consultation process. And I am excited that the member is so anxious to begin those public consultations. The minister has been talking with stakeholders. We've met a number of times with the critic himself. And I look forward, Mr. Speaker, for that to be very robust, pan-Canadian. It's coming soon.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, people in my riding know the immigration minister is committed to cut processing time for spousal sponsorship and family reunification. Our campaign commitment to eliminate the 2 years requirement for spouses to become permanent residents is another positive step to continue building on our inclusive society. Can the Minister of Immigration inform this House on the work he is doing to help families like those in my riding who agree that we should do away with the 2 years waiting period?
Well, Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and I totally agree we will get rid of this 2-year waiting period. When we were in opposition, expert groups made it abundantly clear that this system gave rise to unacceptable domestic abuse, and for that reason we committed to get rid of it. We will get rid of it in coming months, and at the same time we will introduce major new initiatives to reduce processing times for spouses who now have to wait up to 2 years or more, which is totally unacceptable.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, more than 200 Canadians die each year waiting for an organ transplant. While 90% of Canadians support organ and tissue donation, less than 25% have made plans to donate. Our organ donation rate is among the world's worst, yet one donor can save up to 8 lives. Can the Minister of Health assure this House that her government will support my bill, C-223, to establish a Canadian organ donor registry?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of the important matter of organ donation and the development of a pan-Canadian organ donation registry. I'm pleased to report to him that this is a matter that I have discussed with my colleagues at the provinces and territories who, as he knows, play the role of the delivery of healthcare services, including the matter of organ donation. I have also had the privilege of meeting with Canadian Blood Services and AMAC Quebec. I am very impressed with the work that Canadian Blood Services and AMAC Quebec are doing on this matter. There is, in fact, a tremendous amount of work being done on the matter of a national organ donation registry, and I would be pleased to discuss this matter further with my colleague in the future.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, last week we learned that in Quebec the unemployment rate for new immigrants who only speak French is 40% higher than those who only speak English. And during this time the federal government is promoting an Anglophone Quebec by funding those services in Quebec and is preventing the francization of businesses under federal jurisdiction. Does the Minister for Official Languages realize that the language that's threatened in Quebec and in Canada is French? and that its policy on official languages is a factor in the Anglicization of Quebec. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. This government is passionate about the two official languages in French inside Quebec and across Canada, and French in Quebec. It includes the whole process of immigration, access to jobs, federal and provincial rather. We are fighting for all of these issues, and we'll continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the law requires that Air Canada carry out all maintenance of its planes at home. We're talking about 2,600 jobs and dozens of suppliers of parts. But the Relocation of Air Canada Act is asking them to do very little here. 2 workers and an oil change, and that's great. But it's the entire aerospace sector that is being destructured. Can the minister repeat here in this House what he said to me at the briefing when the bill was tabled? That is, that he did not even assess the impacts on the Montreal aeronautical industry before drafting this disgraceful law. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for that question. The Air Canada Public Participation Act is under debate today in the House, and I'm grateful to the honourable member for bringing that up. We will be debating it throughout the day, and I hope that he will stand up and talk about his concerns with the Act. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Carter decision obliged the federal government to overhaul the criminal code because it contravenes Section 7 of the Charter. The bill introduces some conceptual confusion in terms of the eligibility, which this morning the Minister of Health was told she has the obligation to be clear. My question is simple. If, on the basis of the concept of a natural death that is reasonably foreseeable, Kay Carter would have been eligible for physician-assisted dying without having had to go through a hunger strike.
Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The short answer is yes. For all Canadians, physician-assisted dying is a difficult and extremely personal decision that is tied to their life experience and their personal beliefs. For some, physician-assisted dying will be clearer and easier. For others, this bill won't go far enough. We are of the opinion that this bill is the best possible way to guarantee that the rights of dying patients will be respected and that vulnerable people will be protected.
And this will conclude question period for today. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If one were to review the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, O'Brien and Bosk, you will find an interesting discussion throughout Chapter 24 on the importance of the parliamentary record. Specifically, 1209 to 1210 talks about the importance of the corrections to the official record. So in an effort to ensure that the record reflects that the Conservative government left a $4.3 billion surplus, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to table January's fiscal monitor.
Does the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? I'm not seeing any consent there. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Order. We're on tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents, tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, and Labour.
Employment Equity Act of 1995
C-44 ART-20, I'm pleased to submit to this House in both official languages copies of the Employment Equity Act 2014 Annual Report. I request the report be referred to the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Merci.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Oh, I see the honourable member for Employment and Workforce Development rising again.
My apologies. I would ask that we reverse to tabling. I ask leave because I have another report to table. My sincere apologies.
In fact, I wasn't clear in the member's first statement. I was expecting a second one, in fact, and I neglected to identify that, in fact, that might have been included in her first declaration. But she has a second one. Is there unanimous consent to revert to tabling of documents that the minister might report? Is there unanimous? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the Canada Student Loans Act of 1985, S23, Canada Student Financial Assistance Act, 1994, I am pleased to submit to this House in both official languages copies of this Canada Student Loans Program 2013-2014 Annual Report. I request the report be referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada Family Action is a national organization that believes a healthy, functioning democracy requires the engagements of citizens and of the country. As an expression of that belief, Canada Family Action has launched a petition campaign that asks the federal government to do three things: that members of Parliament consult broadly on the matter of legalizing euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide, members of Parliament ensure vulnerable Canadians are protected, and that members of Parliament speak out and defend the conscience rights of medical professionals. Madam Speaker, I have here in front of me hundreds of Canadians that have signed the petition and would like to table it forthwith.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chamblay has 10 minutes, 10 minutes à finir son discours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the time remaining, I would like to ask if you could let me know when I've got 1 minute left, please. Thank you. Now I'll continue along the same lines, talking about what the fact that this bill represents a betrayal of workers who have guarantees under the Act with respect to their jobs remaining in the currently identified locations. But it's not just about job losses here, Madam Speaker. It's worrisome. That will be addressed by the bill, but it's also the unstable nature of the jobs in this industry, and it will have unexpected consequences, perhaps, because we don't know whether the government has thought about the consequences of the bill. And I'll explain what I mean by that. Because when you take a look at the wording of the bill, you realize that Air Canada is in a situation that needs to be deemed appropriate so that it can maintain its competitive advantage. And there's an issue with the jobs, but perhaps following the adoption of a bill like this, they will keep jobs in Winnipeg, Montreal, or in Mississauga. But the problem following that is the unstable nature of those jobs. We don't know if they'll be long-term jobs. Now, maybe Air Canada will justify its position by saying, well, we want to prevent increasing fares, the cost of flights, so we'll make changes. And that's a problem, Madam Speaker, because as I said in the first part of my speech before question period, we're talking about good quality jobs, good paying jobs, and when we end up in a situation where that quality is lost and the jobs are become unstable, well, that is a problem. So that's what we're looking at here, Madam Speaker. There's another aspect that I'd like to raise, a problematic one, with respect to the argument being put forth by the Liberal government. The main argument that I've heard since the start of this debate is that Air Canada must be competitive in this industry, that it is continually evolving. Now, there's a problem with that because not only are we seeing workers we need to defend who are affected by this bill, but also we need to look at what kind of a precedent we're creating. Because if each time we end up in a situation where the government says, well, we've got a company that has legal obligations, but if we want to keep or maintain, or if we want to respect those legal obligations, it will prevent the company from being competitive, fares will go up, it'll cause problems, etc. Now, if each time we're in a situation like that, we decide to make changes to legislation and legalize what was illegal, i.e. the loss of jobs, of good quality jobs, or the decline in quality of jobs, well, what would prevent the government from doing the same thing another time in a situation where another company with certain legal obligations, and the government will say, well, we don't want them to lose these jobs, and at the same time, the industry is highly competitive, so we need to change the act. So how many jobs will be jeopardized if that's a situation? How often will we see this situation, and how many jobs will be exported elsewhere so that the company can be competitive? But that's not what the free market is about, Madam Speaker. Now, we're in a situation where the government is stepping in to give a more favorable legal position to a company. Well, that's not the concept of a free market, nor is it the job or responsibility of a responsible government. A government like this one that was elected claiming to defend the middle class must take a stand for workers who have protection currently, the way the legislation is worded. Now, I'd like to reiterate something that is very important. It's something I mentioned in this first start of my speech, and that's with respect to the betrayal. The Liberal Party was very indignant in 2012 when the Conservative government refused to take a stand to enforce the act. Now we're in a situation where the Liberals are saying, well, we're going to enforce it, but of course we are, because we're going to change it. And in changing it, I think they're doing something worse than what the Conservatives did. The Conservatives didn't enforce the act. The Liberal government is changing the legislation to the detriment of workers there. Now, when we look at Montreal,
members from Winnipeg or members from Mississauga, members who are from cities who have workers who rely on these jobs that are protected by the legal obligations that Air Canada has. And what we see here today is a betrayal of those workers who now are seeing the Liberal government change the law after saying that the previous Conservative government should apply the law that is now being changed. And the changes to that law are not only creating a situation where those workers will lose their jobs, but those who manage to hang on to their jobs no longer have the guarantees that they will have the same high-quality jobs and the same long-term jobs long-term guarantees that the law affords them today. So, Madam Speaker, I would say to those Canadians that they should remember that the next time the Liberals tell them how much better, how they set the bar so much higher than the previous Conservative government. In fact, on this file, as much as it's rare that I'll take the Conservative side in this argument, but they're doing worse than what the Conservatives did. They're changing the law, and it's a slap in the face of the workers that are protected by this legislation. Madame la Présidente, il faut dire...
Madam Speaker, when we look at the situation with Bombardier, and I'd like to go over that because I didn't have enough time to address that when I made my initial remarks, but if we look at Bombardier, it's in a difficult situation, and we understand in Quebec and across the country that there are repercussions, impacts on the aerospace industry. The problem that we're looking at here today, Madam Speaker, is that the government's looking for shortcuts. And we must really wonder. And I admit from the outset that I'm speculating, but these are the kinds of questions that we need to ask ourselves in this debate. Now, this bill is being tabled before any announcement with respect to whether or not funding or assistance will be provided to Bombardier. Madam Speaker, we're very clear in the NDP. We feel that assistance should be provided to Bombardier, but it should be part of a concrete agreement that puts in place provisions that will ensure that everything is done respecting taxpayers' money, so it's not about giving them a blank check. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that there was no mention of Bombardier in the budget, nor did it mention the aerospace and aeronautics industry, and so we're in a situation today where we're debating Bill C-10. It has serious consequences on the aeronautic and aerospace industry, on the decision-making process, but we don't even know where the government's going to go with this, and that's where the problem lies, because as I said earlier in some of my remarks, we'll see what's going to come back with this because, as you know, Air Canada agreed to buy the Bombardier C-Series aircraft, and each time a question is put to the government, they say, no, we have some concerns. We're going to keep defending these workers, and so that's why we're going to be opposing the bill. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I will move the following motion, seconded by the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, that
the motion be amended by substituting that the House refuses to give second reading to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures because it, A, threatens the livelihood of thousands of Canadian workers in the aerospace industry by not protecting long-term stability in the sector and offshoring jobs. B, forcing Canadian aircraft companies to accept higher risks and more costs. C, does not ensure employment in the aerospace industry will not deteriorate, and D, does not meet the commitments made by the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Alors, un amendement a été proposé.
An amendment has been moved and is in order. Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moves that the motion be amended by substituting that the House refuses to give second reading to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act, and to provide for certain other measures because it, A, threatens the livelihood of thousands of Canadian workers in the aerospace industry by not protecting long-term stability in the sector against the offshoring of jobs. B, forces Canadian aircraft companies to accept higher risks and higher initial costs. C, does not ensure that working conditions in the Canadian aerospace sector will not deteriorate because of increased competition, and D, does not meet the commitments made by the Prime Minister when he was at the protest with workers.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a question to the member in regards to just in terms of where the NDP might stand with the provinces of both Quebec and Manitoba. I was around when, in fact, these decisions were being made back in 2010, 2011, and was very much involved here in the House of Commons on it. And there was a great deal of concern expressed by both the province of Manitoba and the province of Quebec, which ultimately led to a substantial court case against Air Canada. It would now appear that the province of Quebec has recognized that this is in fact in the best interests of the province of Quebec, from what I understand in terms of this settlement. And my question to the member is, can he provide any information whatsoever related to the provincial government of Quebec, and what information that they might be telling the member? My understanding is that this is something in which the province of Quebec, along with Air Canada and other stakeholders, have seen as a possible way out. Would he not agree that the province of Quebec's thoughts should be respected?
L'honorable député de Belleuil.
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to Quebec, clearly the case before the courts was suspended, but right now there are other cases before the courts.
Standing with the workers that are going to lose their jobs because this government has decided to make legal what is now illegal. And the fact of the matter is that I have a hard time wondering how this member goes back to Winnipeg, to his home city, and tells the workers in that city that, oh, your jobs that were guaranteed by the law no longer are. And not only that, even if you do manage to hang on to that job, there's no guarantees there anymore because of the bill drafted by this government. Alors, Madame la Présidente, je pense
So, Madam Speaker, I think that the question is very clear for the NDP. Why we are standing up is not to pit one region against the other, but rather to defend the rights of workers and to protect jobs.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comments here today. And I think that's the crux of the matter here is that we have an attempt here to go retroactively back and actually affect the workers' rights, collective agreements, all those things that were set in place by legislation that was clear at that time. And at that time as well, too, these companies also received the benefits of corporate tax cut reductions. They received the benefits of R&D shred credits. They received a lot of public investment with regards to their operations. And that was the deal that was set going into this situation right here. So why the government would give this, I guess, an extended benefit and holiday away from protecting workers that in Canada, by the way, those workers have invested their family income to be trained with your universities and colleges and other types of training programs, and so has the government on that, then to be cast to the wind for political expediency versus that of what we're trying to do, including an industry committee, is protect value-added jobs for Canadians. And that, Madam Speaker, is the essence of building a stronger Canada, and I'd like my colleague to be able to talk about those things. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his words and also for all the work he does in this area. And he described the problem well. The Prime Minister appeared out there at the protests with the workers in 2012, and then we've heard the indignation on the part of workers, but now we have the Liberals' action. People are feeling betrayed because this is so unacceptable. We have a legislation to protect those workers. As my colleague has said, if we amend the legislation, maybe some people will hang on to their jobs, but we are creating uncertainty with these amendments. Air Canada doesn't have to make any guarantee not to move those jobs. So that creates vulnerability and precariousness in the job sector there. In Quebec, what we see is that there are many precarious jobs, and this will be that much more the case with this legislation. It is very difficult once you've lost qualified workers to get them back again. Perhaps the government hasn't thought of those repercussions. That's why we are standing up against this bill.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech here in the House. And I was wondering if the member has any indication as to how this amendment will affect the level of safety regulations.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, I want to reassure my colleague and thank her for her questions. There won't be any impact on safety, in fact, because we want to tell the government to withdraw this bill, start at square one again. These employees are protected right now under the current legislation. Obviously, safety is something that can be improved, but the NDP, and through our amendment, is taking the position that this legislation will undermine the aerospace sector.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, and I want to go back to the idea of the role that the provinces who have actually been fairly involved in the negotiations and the talks. I like to think that they also have a vested interest in terms of protecting the respective industries within their provinces. And I'm wondering if the member would at the very least acknowledge that provinces do matter, and the discussions and their beliefs should be taken into consideration. And if, in fact, we have provinces that have worked along with Air Canada and other stakeholders, and they're inclined to say that, look, these agreements that are multifaceted are at least protecting the future of the aerospace industries, does the member believe that there is any obligation on his part, or in particular the New Democratic Party's part, in the House of Commons, to at least try to reflect some honesty as to what provinces are actually saying and their whole involvement in this process?
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no lessons to learn from the Liberal government because in Quebec and other provinces there has been ample demonstration of their lack of consideration and responsibility. But let's look at what has actually happened in Quebec. There was a request to suspend the court case until things were amended, but that doesn't give the Liberal government carte blanche just to bring in changes that will make legal the elimination of jobs, something that was illegal before. The government of Quebec is clear that this is not the approach they want. There will be jobs lost because the government is simply turning its back on the protections that employees have had. And we will certainly stand up and defend those rights.
The débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government of in the House of Commons.
Montreal. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member from Montreal, Mount Royal. And having said that, this is an issue in which I feel very passionate about, Madam Speaker, and I do that because at the end of the day, I have had first-hand experience in terms of the ramifications of decisions that were made, 5, 6, even 7 years ago to lead up to those decisions. And I can recall meeting with workers and other stakeholders, in particular in my home province of Manitoba, many of the workers that were actually directly affected by this. And I could only wish that we had the type of resistance at that time from New Democrats, from Conservatives. Because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, when I was meeting with employees and other stakeholders, especially in the province of Manitoba, I felt very much alone as an elected official trying to be able to make sure that the employees in the aerospace industry in the province that I love is in fact being protected, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's kind of have a little bit of a review. We have a legislation when Air Canada was privatized to protect a series of obligations. And I would argue, Madam Speaker, that those were very important obligations. And I can tell you that it has been difficult at the best of times to ensure that industries in my home province are in fact being protected. And I have talked inside this House on numerous occasions about the importance of the aerospace industry to the province of Manitoba, and even beyond that, where I've talked about the province of Quebec and the province of Ontario, because that's in fact what we're really talking about here today, Madam Speaker. Having said that, to give you a sense, whether it was petitions, postcards, question period, questioning the Prime Minister directly when these decisions were actually being made, when the government should have been taking a more proactive approach at protecting the employees, Madam Speaker, that's when we really needed to see action. And that's when we saw the Conservative Party sit on their hands, and I can't recall seeing New Democrats jumping from their seats protecting the jobs back then, Madam Speaker. I can't recall seeing that. Having said that, let's fast forward a little bit here. Now we have the provincial government of Quebec that responded a little ways after some of those decisions were made, and we had the NDP provincial government in Manitoba respond even a little bit later by saying that it will become a part of. I can remember talking to an employee saying that Manitoba should be a standalone. We got to hold Air Canada accountable and so forth. There was a great deal of emotions. No one's going to tell me that they're more concerned about the employees, the former employees that got shafted, Madam Speaker. I'm very much concerned about those employees. I wanted to be able to see answers. Now, this goes back to a number of years. Now we have a situation where we have two provincial entities, in particular, the province of Quebec, and we have the province of Manitoba. We have Air Canada and other stakeholders that have been negotiating, best I can tell, for a good period of time now to try to rectify what I believe was a significant wrong. And that's, in fact, what I have been anxious to be able to see resolved. There's two issues. The first issue has got to be, from my perspective, the long-term interests of the aerospace industry to our country, and more specifically for me and my constituents in the area that I represent, also to think in terms of that aerospace industry in the province of Manitoba. I want, and the desire of this government, is to see those industries grow, Madam Speaker, and we will do what we can to facilitate that growth. All one needs to do is to take a look at this budget that we've presented, in which the NDP are voting against and the Conservatives are voting against, and you will see that there are significant things in that budget that are going to help our aerospace industry and help those individuals that are going to be future employed in that industry and even currently that are employed, Madam Speaker.
I am very much concerned in regards to many different ways in which this agreement seems to be moving forward, and hopefully we'll see more light and more benefit for all three provinces going forward, Madam Speaker. So why do we have the bill here today? Well, the essence of the bill is, from what I understand, is that we have a sense of an obligation that Air Canada has recognized that it has to maintain a presence not only in the province of Manitoba, but also in the province of Quebec. And I'm very pleased to see that, Madam Speaker. In fact, from what I understand, Air Canada has also announced an agreement with the Government of Manitoba for the establishment of a Western Canada Centre of Excellence, which is expected to create 150 jobs in aircraft maintenance starting in 2017, with the possibly even a further expansion and job creation. Madam Speaker, given the importance of this industry to the province of Manitoba, I see that as a positive thing. Now, I realize that there is a cost when you go into negotiations, and if the New Democrats were fair in their criticisms, they would acknowledge that these employees that were burnt by what took place 4, 5, 6 years ago are still feeling the pain from it. Some of them have actually had to move outside of the city of Winnipeg. I know of a family that ultimately had to move to Calgary. That is an issue in which still concerns me. And I am open and wanting and willing to be able to meet and work with, in particular, the member from Charleswood, my colleague from Charleswood, who has been a very strong advocate for the aerospace industry and the employees. I am very much concerned in regards to, can we do something to support those former employees, Madam Speaker? And I am prepared to work with the Government of Canada, the Government of Manitoba, unions, whomever else it might be. If there is something that can be achieved, I'm open to do that. But for me, that is a very important issue, a reality, and I can't express strong enough in terms of how I feel for those families that were affected. I walked on picket lines with them. I protested at the Winnipeg International Airport. I had meetings with them on the side. The care and the compassion for those that have lost their jobs is there, it's real, and if something can be done, I'm open to doing that. But let's move on in terms of the overall impact on the industry. If you believe that Manitoba has the potential to continue to grow and prosper in the aerospace industry, I would suggest to you that at the very least, support this bill to go to committee. If you say that you're an advocate for some of these workers, or you're an advocate for the aerospace industry, whether it's in Manitoba, Ontario, or Quebec, at least let's have it voted on and allow it to go to committee. Opposition members are more than happy to invite witnesses to the committee. As you will see, government witnesses. I suspect we will have representatives from many of the different stakeholders. Let's hear firsthand in terms of what they have to say. I know I, for one, am very much interested in the proceedings that will be taking place at the committee level. The Prime Minister himself has talked about the importance of our aerospace industry. And given the sense of commitment and expenditures that we're seeing within this budget, I believe that right from the Prime Minister to the Minister responsible to the Cabinet to all members of the Liberal caucus, that the desire to see our aerospace industry prosper is there, it's very real, and this is the motivating factor behind this particular bill. So at the end of the day, I would highly recommend and suggest to opposition members, when they're providing comments on this particular piece of legislation, please take into consideration the efforts that the stakeholders have put in place to try to rectify a very serious issue. We're talking about stakeholders that take into consideration not only the national government, but provincial jurisdictions, private corporations, unions, and others, Madam Speaker. And I would hope that what we'll see is that this legislation will, in fact, be allowed to pass in a timely fashion. If you look at the importance of these industries, I would suggest to you that we need to emphasize the importance of passing this legislation in a timely fashion, and let's see in terms of what happens at the committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Oh, excuse.
Oh, I'm sorry. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. I apologize. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. But during his speech, as well as during other comments made by his Liberal colleagues, and even some of our Conservative colleagues have talked about the competitiveness of Air Canada and that they have to have the opportunity to be able to compete with other airlines around the world. But from what I'm hearing and what's underlying that is that the Government of Canada accepts that we send these jobs to other countries, whether it's to Mexico or other countries where labor is cheaper. We've even heard this from some colleagues who talked about cheaper labor elsewhere, which will allow Air Canada to be more competitive. So since when has the government accepted this kind of relocation?
In the House of Commons.
Yes, Madam Speaker, let me very, very clearly indicate that the Act will continue to reinforce the government's expectation that Air Canada will undertake aircraft maintenance in Quebec, Manitoba, and Ontario. In fact, we've had Air Canada enter into an agreement with the province of Manitoba, where we will see the establishment of a Western Canada Centre of Excellence. Madam Speaker, this is something in which I don't want to write off. Others have spent a great deal of time in terms of trying to develop. I want an aerospace industry that's going to prosper in my province, in Canada, Madam Speaker, not only my province. But I can tell you there are certain aspects to this legislation in this whole package, holistic package, if I can refer to it, that will actually derive some benefits. All I'm suggesting to the members, remain open-minded. Yes, I'm going to stand for workers too, but remain open-minded. Let's see this thing get to committee and listen to what people have to say.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for his speech. I wanted to ask him to elaborate on the point that this type of Air Canada employs 26,000 people across Canada. We need to ensure that Air Canada can be successful moving forward. Can he explain to us how this law gives Air Canada more flexibility to be more successful moving forward?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What I do know is that Canadians as a whole understand and appreciate the importance of flight today. And one of the things that we want to do as a government is ensure that we have an Air Canada that's going to be there for future generations. And I believe that there is certain aspects of the original act that was brought forward back in the late 80s that is something in which we've got to continue to fight to preserve. As a government, where it makes sense, and we can provide such as encouragement of these centers of excellence where the future jobs could be created to enhance and build upon our aerospace industry, that there is an obligation in which the Government of Canada today is prepared to recognize and support where it can, Madam Speaker. That is something completely different than the former Conservative government that did absolutely nothing, that sat on their hands. We have to make sure that Air Canada is able to sustain itself well into the future, but there's a role to ensure that we as a Canadian population can have that sense of pride through the legislation, what used to be a fully public corporation, but now a very responsible private entity that sometimes might get off rails, if I can use a different mode of transportations, but does need to be put back onto rails so that we have the long-term viability of good quality jobs, a fantastic airline, and something that will provide competition well into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mont Royal. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a great honour for me to rise in this House to speak about the changes to the Air Canada Public Participation Act. This is a bill that is very short, and I imagine that it's not controversial in many aspects. In fact, we're changing the city of Mississauga, the urban community of Montreal, and the city of Winnipeg to the provinces of Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba. I imagine that those are not controversial changes. I would imagine
of what constitutes maintenance to say maintenance is not controversial. What I do hear from the opposition, and I understand that, is a concern about jobs. It's a concern about the fact that the law will allow more flexibility to Air Canada and doesn't require that all of their maintenance be done in Montreal, in Mississauga or Winnipeg, or even in those provinces. It gives flexibility to Air Canada to decide where it may locate workers, provided that it retains centers of excellence in those three provinces. So I can understand, I hear the NDP, I understand from the perspective of unions, they're nervous, they're worried that jobs may be lost because they no longer have the same legal protections they had before. So I get that. And I listened to the Conservatives and I heard the argument that Air Canada, originally in the late 1980s, when it was privatized, had received from the Canadian taxpayers a certain amount of equipment and landing rights and other things that mean that Air Canada had certain obligations that shouldn't be imposed on other airlines, and I understand that as well. So let me explain, Madame la Présidente, why I do believe that this amendment to the Act actually does make sense. First, let me start off from the perspective, as a Montrealer, that I'm very happy que la siège sociale d'Air Canada
that Air Canada's headquarters must stay in Montreal. It will still have to respect all of the requirements for bilingualism that existed before.
Canada is a company in a market that has changed very significantly since the 1980s. In the 1980s, there were far fewer airlines. Today, those of us who, before we came into this House, had a lot of business travel that we needed to do, know there's low-cost carriers domestically and abroad. There's carriers from the Far East and the Gulf states that now have taken over a lot of the international routes. Our American companies in aeronautics have merged and been restructured. Almost every one of them has passed through bankruptcy protection. And even in Air Canada, Madam Speaker, has gone through the Canadian Creditors and Arrangement Act 10 years ago. Air Canada is not the healthiest financial company that there is. And we all understand that, and the success of a very strong domestic airline like Air Canada, and it's good that we have other domestic airlines as well, like WestJet and Porter, is a prerequisite for the Canadian economy to be successful, because Air Canada employs not just 2,600 people in maintenance, but 26,000 people across Canada. So Air Canada does need, now that it is a privatized company, to have the ability to move jobs sometimes. It's clear, I was in private industry. Before I got here, I was the general counsel of a multinational. And while we always wanted to keep jobs in our major centers, it is important to have flexibility, because companies owe debt. There are shareholders of those companies, and there is a need to success. We don't want to, as a government, be told that we will need to put another $1 billion into Air Canada to keep Air Canada afloat one day, or $2 billion, or $5 billion. So we really do need to look at what Air Canada needs to do. I'd look at it from this perspective. Yes, there were assets, because I think the main argument, and I'd like to try to hopefully convince my Conservative counterparts of this, there were obligations that were given in the late 1980s based on the Canadian taxpayers having helped set up Air Canada. But every one of the assets that Air Canada would have received in 1989, the amortization period would long since have ended. The usefulness of those assets would be hardly the same today as they were in the late 1980s. So not only has the market changed, but the situation has changed. We're 27 years after this law was first adopted. And so it is true that we put obligations in the law in the late 1980s. But now, Air Canada may well need to compete more flexibility. Let me also say that when I talk about flexibility, because this was the case in our company, I'm not talking necessarily about moving jobs out of the domestic market. We would be looking at whether or not all of our jobs should be in Montreal, or should we put jobs in Toronto, in Vancouver, in Winnipeg, in Halifax? Why are there only 3 provinces in the country where Air Canada can locate these jobs? Why can't Air Canada say it is more competitive? There is a company in Vancouver, or there's a company in Edmonton. The Alberta economy is suffering. There is a company in Edmonton that can do this work cheaper and better than the companies that we're outsourcing to in another city that's covered under the law. Why can't Air Canada decide to move jobs there when every one of its competitors can make that rational decision? Personally, I understand the need to protect Canadian jobs, but all of our other air carriers that are domestic carriers in Canada don't have the same limitations as Air Canada. And as I hope I've successfully explained, the historical context is not as relevant today as it was in 1989 when this law was adopted, because the assets we provided, the landing rates we provided, everything has depreciated since then. So let's then go back to the issue of what this allows Air Canada to do. We had the litigation with Avios in 2012, and Quebec commenced litigation and won at both the courts of first and second instances with respect to the fact that Air Canada had an obligation legally to keep jobs in Montreal. And there were discussions, Madam Speaker, discussions with the Quebec government, discussions with the government of Manitoba. I assume the federal government at the time and continually was kept up to date and in the loop on those discussions. And there seems to have been, and none of us in this room, or I don't know of any of us in this room, that were sitting at the table, that on these settlement discussions that probably went on for a very long time, we've had a conclusion where there have been promises made. There's been a contract given to Bombardier. There's been a commitment to the government of Quebec that the Bombardier aircraft will be maintained in Quebec for the next 20 years after delivery. There's been an agreement in Manitoba that there will be a center of excellence in the city of Winnipeg that will employ and hire a new 150 people. So Air Canada does indeed seem committed and has actually negotiated settlements with governments of these jurisdictions to, at least to the satisfaction of those governments, keep jobs in their respective provinces and agree to drop the suit. At that point, the federal government also needs to look at what's been negotiated when we weren't necessarily right at the table, but we probably have been kept in the loop. And we need to say, okay, the Quebec government, the Manitoba government are satisfied with these changes. Air Canada has said as a prerequisite, probably of doing these buys and making these commitments, we need more autonomy. We need to be able to compete. And the federal government is acting to allow that. Now, Mr. Speaker, again, am I sorry for the people who may be worried that as a result of these changes, their jobs may be more at risk? Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am. And I think this government is committed in the budget to do more to enhance technology in Canada, to enhance aeronautics in Canada, to invest in middle-class jobs. But, Mr. Speaker, am I panicked about this? No, I'm not. Because these are not jobs making widgets that can be easily exported to China or India. These are highly skilled mechanics doing work on specific aircraft owned by Air Canada. In my view, Canadians and Canadian workers who are highly skilled, highly trained, are able to convince any company to keep jobs domestically. That is my feeling. I feel that our workers in Montreal and Winnipeg and Toronto and across the country will be able to convince Air Canada that they can do the job more effectively and more cost effectively than relocating those jobs abroad. So where I understand the concerns, I acknowledge the concerns. I'm not going to stand up here and say there are no concerns. I do believe that this law is, the amendment to the law is correct, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Speaker, as the member laid out in his eloquent speech, there were significant taxpayers' concessions that were given at the time of the agreement. But I also recall the Prime Minister sitting here just not 2 days ago saying a deal is a deal is a deal as it related to the Saudi arms deal. I'm wondering why doesn't it apply to this?
L'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
The honourable member for Mont-Royal.
Honourable colleague from Surrey for her question. I think the answer is what the Prime Minister was speaking of was a deal with a foreign country where Canada's reputation abroad is at issue. This was not, we're talking now about amending a law. There was no signed agreement related to the federal government adopting a law. These were terms laid out by the federal government at the time. We're not breaching a contract. We're going back to the Parliament of Canada and asking the Parliament of Canada to legally amend a law. So I really don't see that there is the same issue there. Thank you, but thank you for the question.
L'honorable questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague also for his speech. I was wondering, because it's quite surprising to see the Liberals speaking in this way, whereas in the past what they said was completely different. In the past, I recall very well the Prime Minister on the steps of Parliament with his microphone shouting slogans to support workers and saying that the law has to be enforced and jobs have to be saved. And I think he was particularly concerned about jobs in Montreal. So I'm wondering what's changed since then. It hasn't been such a long time. We need to respect Avios workers. And today we are told that the market forces will determine where the jobs will go for those workers. And that won't prevent jobs from going out of the country. So why would we not at least ensure that the jobs would stay in Canada? If my colleague was so concerned by the fact that the 3 cities designation was too limiting, he should at least have said that the jobs would stay in Canada.
Merci.
The honourable member for Mount Royal. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to share my colleague, thank my colleague, rather, the member for Sherbrooke, for the question. I think that's precisely the reason why we need to support this bill, to take it to committee, and at committee you can put forth an amendment like that. I'm very satisfied to see just how much the atmosphere has changed since 2012. The dispute has been resolved. That resolution protected people in Montreal because there is a contract that's going to be signed with Bombardier and states that Air Canada will keep jobs in Montreal for 20 years following this issue. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
The existing rules require that the maintenance be performed in the Montreal urban community. Now, the Montreal urban community hasn't existed in 15 years, or about 3 prime ministers. I'd like the member to speak a little bit about why it's important to modernize the laws and bring them up to date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
Thank you.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Laurentides-Labelle. Well, I think that is true. Having been a mayor in the region of Montreal, since the forced mergers of 2001, the MUC has not existed in that name, and so technically we would certainly want to amend the law for that reason. But as I mentioned in my speech, I do believe that the situation has changed in 27 years. What happened 27 years ago was the state was giving assets and privatizing a company. And as a result, the state felt that it was incumbent upon it and reasonable to impose limitations on that company. Some of them remain in effect, such as the need to keep a head office in Montreal, such as the requirement of Air Canada to provide services in English and French across the country. But some of them, due to the changes in the industry and changes in Air Canada, which went through CCAA proceedings not 10 years ago and was losing money until 2011, may need to be made, and I think the government is modernizing the law to make them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Perth Wellington. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures. This bill will amend the articles of the Air Canada Public Participation Act that stipulate the carrier undertake operational and overhaul maintenance in Ontario, Quebec, and Manitoba. These articles will, for all intents and purposes, be removed. This would allow Air Canada to fulfill its maintenance needs outside of Canada and presumably at a lower cost. Consequently, Madam Speaker, Air Canada will no longer have to employ approximately 3,000 heavy maintenance workers in Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba. Now, the language in C-10 that is used they do so, and it states, and I quote, "While not eliminating those activities in any of those provinces, change the type or volume of any or all of those activities in each of those provinces, as well as the level of employment in any or all of those activities." I challenge any Liberal member to inform the House what they believe, the minimum number of Canadian jobs that article will protect. Madam Speaker, every member knows that all airlines do some maintenance work in every airport they operate out of. And this is called line maintenance. The routine checks that ensure that the planes are in good order and safe for passengers on a day-to-day basis. Heavy or overhaul maintenance is the work that takes several days. It involves high skill because the mechanics are doing things like replacing an engine or airframe upkeep. These are all high-end jobs, Madam Speaker, vital to Canadians' aviation sector because of how skill-intensive these tasks are. But not specifically the type of maintenance work that needs to be done in Canada, as C-10 proposes. Air Canada will be able to fulfill its legal obligation without having a single heavy maintenance person on staff. While all Air Canada overall maintenance work will continue to be done in facilities that are certified by Transport Canada, the Liberal member from Scarborough, Gilwood, made the following point a few years ago, and I quote, "By keeping Air Canada's maintenance in Canada, we ensured a superior level of safety with tight regulations and a high-skilled aerospace workforce. By shuttling Canadian overhaul centres, Canada is losing its ability to ensure that our aircraft meet safety regulations." And that's the end of the quote. While the government should be commended for looking at ways to make Air Canada more competitive, and we agree with that, it cannot be commended for introducing a measure that will lead to job losses in Canada before even considering anything else. Earlier this year, the Minister of Transport tabled a statutory review of the Canadian Transportation Act, and the review looked forward 20 to 30 years to identify priorities and potential actions in transportation that will support Canada's long-term economic well-being. Madam Speaker, the report makes a number of recommendations concerning the aviation sector that stem from many months of analytical work, significant public consultation, and experience from eminent Canadians, including the Honourable David Emerson, who actually chaired that review. Now, some of the examples of these recommendations included establishing a set of principles to guide all airports in Canada when determining fees, tying all airport improvement fees to specific projects with explicit sunset provisions, overhauling the regulator, financing, and delivery models for security. Now, none of these initiatives would have cost the taxpayers any dollars, and considering the size of the Liberals' budget deficit, this would be especially important. and for the context of this debate, Madam Speaker, lead to job losses in Canada. This legislation can and should be modernized without removing one of its key provisions. Air Canada has important heavy maintenance operations in Richmond, BC, that should be considered by this Act, but it is not even mentioned. To conclude, Madam Speaker, Canadians benefit from the efficient, affordable aviation sector. As Canada's largest carrier, having carried 40 million passengers last year, ensuring that Air Canada can provide affordable service to Canadians is extremely important. But the government should always exhaust all measures available to it to achieve its objective. All measures, Madam Speaker, before picking the one that could cost Canadian workers their jobs. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable the honourable member for, is it Fleetwood, Fort Kells?
That's it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member didn't sit with her colleagues in the last government, but that particular government was saddled with the distinction of making changes to regulations and the tax structure that allowed 400,000 good-paying jobs to leave Canada. Their idea was light touch regulation or deregulation. Now, I hear the honourable member talking about holding on to regulation to hold somebody's feet to the fire in order to make them potentially uncompetitive and less able to sustain themselves and sustain good Canadian jobs. How does she reconcile those two?
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would go back to, this government was very proud of the 51 trade deals that they signed. They were negotiated in good faith, and they were signed by all parties. As we're relating to this, Madam Speaker, there is an issue in terms of amending this particular piece of legislation and not looking at other options. These are the issues that this Conservative Party has. We have no issue with modernizing legislation, with making companies more competitive, because that's what we do. But I would say that it cannot come at the loss of Canadian jobs when other opportunities have not fully been realized.
And comments, questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I wonder if she believes, like I do, that the government should instead encourage the localization of jobs in Canada instead of enacting legislation that will legalize something that is at this point in time illegal. And by that I mean the jobs with Air Canada. They're under the agreement that was signed. The agreement was prepared as it was because Air Canada, when it was privatized, benefited from taxpayers' money. What does the honourable member think about job creation and, at the very least, about maintaining the jobs in that area by Air Canada, to ensure that, in fact, that as a bare minimum, Air Canada will keep those jobs in Canada instead of encouraging the relocating of those jobs abroad?
Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And that is precisely the point of where we are coming from. This was embedded within the agreement in 1988 because significant concessions were given by Canadian taxpayers. And we want to make sure that Air Canada is viable, that they have opportunities in the market. And it's our firm belief that there are many other options of doing that, not losing these Canadian jobs. And that was part of the fundamental piece of the agreement, was to keep those jobs here in Canada. So as a free enterpriser, it is important to maintain that undertaking, as well as look at opportunities for expansion in trade and opportunities to expand business.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe, c'est bien ça? Non. Oh, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
London West? London West?
Oh, excuse?
London West.
Oh, sorry, London West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable member for talking about this Air Canada Public Participation Act. Would the honourable member agree that this is an issue that should be debated at the committee level so that we can hear from witnesses and we can hear more of the discussion that we need to have on this issue?
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rocks.
Well, thank you very much. And I always believe that open discussion is a good thing to have when you're looking to amend any bill. I think that extracting fundamental components out of it prior to having those conversations is backwards. And I think that to maintain the fundamental components of the agreement and the deal that was put into 1988, but the committee can still come forward with additional amendments that looks at other options other than losing Canadian jobs.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to participate in this debate on Bill C-10, which, as you know, is an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures. Now, I've listened to the members on the government side, as well as the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Transport, talk incessantly about the quality, about the Bombardier C series, and how Air Canada has put in an important order for those aircraft. For several years, Bombardier has been building this aircraft, and what Bombardier needs is more orders. These platitudes by the government will not help Bombardier to sell an additional aircraft. But regardless of whether or not the minister is using this purchasing of the C-Series aircraft, these aircraft will be maintained in Quebec, but Bill C-10 has nothing to do with the new Bombardier aircraft. The text of this legislation to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act doesn't refer at all to Bombardier or the C-Series. The changes that the government is proposing with this bill do not make any reference to Bombardier or to the C-Series. Even if Air Canada were to buy and take possession of 45 aircraft from Bombardier, that will simply represent a small percentage of the total, some 15%. We all know that the majority of Air Canada's fleet is made up of Boeing, Airbus, and Embraer aircraft. This bill will simply deal with what Air Canada has to do regarding maintenance. It's simply a smokescreen. We need to talk about what's important here. We need to talk about and find a balance between maintaining good quality jobs in Canada and enabling Air Canada to remain an agile private company that can make decisions and remain competitive. If we look in the past, we need to see or look at, in fact, why the government of the day included the measure in the bill with respect to the maintenance of the aircraft. The continuation clauses contain mandatory requirements to maintain maintenance facilities in Winnipeg, Mississauga, and in the Montreal urban community. The government of the day, in establishing or enacting legislation to guarantee the maintenance of these facilities in the three cities mentioned, would ensure that Air Canada's maintenance jobs remained in the country. This decision was deemed necessary because Canadian taxpayers had invested significant amounts of money and in Air Canada, and the government put in place policies for them. Therefore, in 1988, when Air Canada was privatized, all parties agreed that good quality Air Canada maintenance jobs needed to remain in the country, and more specifically in the areas surrounding Montreal, Mississauga, and Winnipeg. These policies and financial support continue to exist today. That is why the government of the day attached these conditions to the privatization and included in the Act. So only a change to the legislation in this Parliament will enable Air Canada to not to do maintenance in the 3 cities mentioned in the Act. We all know that the aerospace sector and the airline sector has changed considerably since the legislation was initially introduced and debated in 1988. We know as well that the Montreal urban community no longer exists as an entity. However, we still find that the intent of maintaining maintenance in Montreal, it maintains the intent to keep maintenance in Montreal, Winnipeg, and Mississauga. It's important to have reliable and high-quality mechanics to ensure passenger safety is maintained. Canada has one of the best and safest safety regimes, perhaps the best in the world. And that's something we should be proud of. It's not something that should be changed simply overnight. We acknowledge, all acknowledge, that aircraft maintenance is no longer done today as it did in 1988. The technology and practices have changed significantly. However, this bill does not propose modernizing the Act to take into account the changes to maintenance. What it does is to enable Air Canada to not do its maintenance in Canada. That is not modernization. Modernization would describe what type of maintenance needs to be done here in this country, be it on the engine or other parts of the aircraft. But the government has stated that Air Canada will be maintaining and doing the maintenance of the C Series in Montreal, other aircraft in Mississauga and Winnipeg, and that would be sufficient. Air Canada has some 300 aircraft in its fleet that require maintenance. The maintenance of the Boeing Airbus and Boeing Airbus and aircraft by Bombardier, not in the C Series, can take place outside of Canada. So 85% of Air Canada's fleet, including the largest, the Boeing 767, 747, or the Airbus A340, will be able to be maintained abroad. As the parliamentary secretary stated in her speech, the government intends to get this measure adopted before Air Canada even receives a single aircraft from the C Series. There are several measures that the government could introduce that would make Air Canada more competitive, but that would not affect workers. The government could, for example, link airport improvement fees to specific projects with clear provisions. They could completely review the funding method for aircraft safety, increase CanPass and Nexus travelers, and increase to 49% provisions governing aircraft carrying passengers, or reduce aviation fuel taxes, and align our system with the U.S. and Europe to simplify customs measures. All of these measures could be put in place quickly, and that would have an impact on Air Canada. It would stimulate Air Canada and the aviation sector in this country. All of these measures would also be supported by Air Canada, but unfortunately, the government has ignored all of those measures in this bill. I hope the government will explain why it's ignoring many measures that Air Canada supports without affecting 300 jobs in maintenance across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Commentaire. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I wonder how much trust he has in Air Canada management when he tries to reassure people. When he refers to what the government is doing, he is trying to charm us by saying that the government jobs will be kept here, that things won't be changed, but they're the same party that's lobbying the government to make changes. So Air Canada is calling for some of these changes, but at a time when the changes are being called for, they're saying, well, the jobs will stay there, don't worry, there'll be more jobs. Does the member have confidence in Air Canada management? The honourable member for the honourable member. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Sherbrooke for his question. First and foremost, I don't have confidence in the government opposite to make the changes necessary that will help Air Canada and make the airports and Canadian companies more competitive. In our party, we believe that the government should take steps for all industry to help create jobs here. We have to acknowledge that the Billy Bishop Airport is a good example where we could, in fact, help the airline industry, but the Liberal government has said no. We won't be making any changes to Billy Bishop Airport. So I don't have confidence in the Liberal government, but I do have confidence in the airline industry that it will survive in the industry.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question, a simple question. The position of the Conservative Party isn't clear, so do they think that the bill doesn't go far enough or that it goes too far? The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, Liberal colleague opposite, for his question. This is an important question. We believe on this side that there are obligations that Air Canada must comply with because of the fact that Canadians gave certain advantages to Air Canada when this company was privatized in 1988. So we think that we need to protect jobs in Canada, good jobs in Canada that are well-paying jobs. So on this side of the House, in the Conservative Party, we think that it's important to defend Canadian jobs. And we believe that there are a number of things that the government could do, but the government is not doing. And those measures would be supported by Air Canada.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, we heard the Liberals say that there were other options that could be put in place. That's what we've heard from the Conservatives. So they said, oh, well, we shouldn't go that far, make these changes. We should instead look at other options to help Air Canada. So I'm wondering if he could elaborate on the possibility of seeking out other options to enable the company to remain competitive in that market, which is a highly competitive market, while at the same time forcing them to keep jobs in Canadian cities. The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Well, thanks again, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Sherbrooke. There are a number of things that the government can do, could do, but the government did not do. For example, I'll switch to English. I apologize, but
fees to certain projects, set projects with clear deadlines. In fact, once those improvements have been made, changing the financing model for security, and replace a one-size-fits-all screening approach to the airlines, so we can tailor certain approaches to different airlines, to different airports, so we can be a more agile, more nimble response to the airline industry, because it is something that's important to certainly the Quebec industry, but to all provinces as well. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle a seulement une couple de minutes.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle has just a few minutes to start, and we'll have an opportunity to return to the issue the next time the issue is before the House. Well, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Mission Hill. Our government introduced Bill C-10 in the House, which is entitled An Act to Amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act. This bill will amend sections of the Act dealing with the centres of maintenance centres for Air Canada. It's important to point out that this bill was tabled in a historic context for the aerospace industry in this country. As you know, Air Canada announced last February that it planned to buy up to 75 C-Series Bombardier aircraft, that it would do the maintenance activities of those aircraft in Canada once it had received them. Air Canada is also cooperating in creating a centre of excellence in Quebec for the C-Series aircraft, and there would be another centre in Manitoba. That will make it possible to not only maintain these aircraft, but also to provide services to other national and international carriers there. In other words, the bill that we have brought forth came at a crossroads for the aerospace industry in this country. Not only will Bombardier offer a product that will change the industry globally, make it more efficient with its good environmental performance, this will also enable Air Canada, for example, to invest, to make important investments. These investments are designed to enhance the capability or capacity for Air Canada to face global competition and to serve Canadians by investing in a leading-edge project and to do the maintenance activities in Canada. In this historic context, we are proposing amendments to the Air Canada Public Participation Act, which is in parts out of date. More specifically, this bill will amend to 61D with respect to the provisions requiring Air Canada to maintain maintenance facilities in Winnipeg, Mississauga, and the Montreal urban community. Now, clearly, I apologize. I know that you would like to finish your speech, but because it's already 1:30, the House will now move on to private members' business, as indicated on the order paper. The member, as I said, will have time to continue his speech at the next sitting when the issue is brought back before the House.
Second reading of Bill C-223, an act to establish the Canadian Organ Donor Registry.
Monsieur Aboutaïf, appuyé par
Mr. Aboutaïf, seconded by Mr. Albert, moves that Bill C-223, an act to establish the Canadian Organ Donor Registry and to coordinate and promote organ donation throughout Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to speak today in support of my bill C-223, an act to establish the Canadian Organ Donor Registry and to coordinate and promote organ donation throughout Canada, which I hope will receive support from all members of this House. As you may be aware, I myself an organ donor. In 2003, I made a liver donation. I gave part of my liver to my son Tyler. This was not something I did lightly. It is a dangerous operation for both the donor and the recipient. For Tyler, it was life or death. I love my son. The choice was easy. At that time, I was becoming increasingly aware of the unmet need for organ donations in Canada. There are literally thousands of people waiting for that telephone call that will change their lives and the lives of their family members. Tragically, for more than 200 Canadians each year. The time runs out before the call comes. More than 90% of Canadians support organ and tissue donation in theory, but less than 25% have made plans to donate. Canada's organ donation rate is among the world's worst, yet one donor can benefit more than 75 people and save up to 8 lives. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, organ compatibility is not enough. Shortly after that transplant, the portion of my liver that Tyler received began to die. For me to donate again was not possible. Another donor was needed, or my son would die. On Christmas Eve 2003, it looked like Tyler's time had run out. His life expectancy was now days, perhaps hours. Almost miraculously, a liver became available from a Quebec man who has just died. We were told it was not a perfect solution. It would only buy time, but that time is what we desperately needed. My wife Liz and I were so thankful to the family of that anonymous donor. In their grief at the loss of a loved one, they cared enough to think of others. We will be forever in their debt. Their gift gave us our son when we thought we would lose him. Having experienced the organ donation system firsthand, I became acutely aware of the need for a more coordinated effort in this area, both locally and nationally. I became an advocate for all those like Tyler, those in need of a life-saving transplant. All too often, Madam Speaker, it seems to me that the difference between life and death is one of simple awareness. People do not know the good they could do. Such awareness is key. While some provinces have a large percentage of citizens who have indicated they wish to be organ donors, others have very few, far below the national average. And as I started earlier, Canada is far behind other countries in the percentage of citizens who have let authorities know of their willingness to be organ donors. I have been told by many of the people I have met who work in this area of medicine that there's a real need for a national registry, such as is proposed in this bill. Representatives of awareness groups, healthcare organizations working in the transplant field, and donor and recipients' families have been overwhelmingly positive in responding to this bill. Everyone I have met with has had one simple question: how can we help? Madam Speaker, to return to my story, with Tyler's second transplant, our journey was not yet over. We knew in 2003 that the liver he received was not a long-term solution. After a decade, two began to fail. Once more, we entered the medical system. Our emotions, a mixture of hope and fear. There were no guarantees. We knew the statistics. We knew the odds. We pray yet for a miracle. Once again, a grieving family offered a loved one's organs for the good of the community, and a match was made. This time, we hope Tyler has a liver that will be with him for the rest of his life. We are so grateful to have a healthy son, now a young man, beginning to make his way in the world, someone of whom we are very proud. But our good fortune brings with it a sense of not only of gratitude, but responsibility. I firmly believe that it is incumbent on each of us to give back to our community, to work to make it a better place. Tyler's health problems had caused me to become an advocate for increased awareness of the need for organ donations in Canada. I promised myself and him that if the day should ever come when I have the opportunity to make a positive difference on a national level, that I would do so. The time to do that is now, and I hope I have your support. Madam Speaker, why this bill at this time? What need does it serve? It serves a huge need. In 2014, for example, 2,433 solid organs were transplanted in Canada. That is a 25% increase since 2009. These transplanted organs included 1,430 kidneys, 537 livers, 226 lungs, 161 hearts, and 79 pancreases. Madam Speaker, one of the things a national registry will do is improve the wait times for Canadians who need a transplant. Right now, that can vary considerably from province to province. If you need a new kidney, for example, it can take more than 4 years to make it to the top of the list. If you need a new lung, that could take 19 months. Far too often, people on the transplant list do not live to receive a donation. The number of patients on the waiting list for kidney transplants is approximately 2.5 times higher than the number of transplants performed. More than 1,600 Canadians are added to wait lists each year. The demand for organs is increasing. The supply isn't maintaining pace. We are falling behind. Transplantation is expensive, of course, but there is a quality of life issue as well as for those in need. And as it turned out, the cost to our healthcare system is actually lessened by transplantation. Once a patient receives a transplant, they can return to a relatively normal existence. There are extreme medical difficulties behind them. For example, a kidney transplant candidate is very likely to be on dialysis, a procedure that will no longer be necessary after they receive a new kidney. That saving alone can be about $50,000 annually. Medical treatment should not be about the dollars and cents, but it is good to know that we can do the right thing and save money for taxpayers at the same time. An integrated system such as proposed by the bill, Madam Speaker, will have a major impact on patient outcomes. This registry will facilitate organ donations in all the provinces and territories and greatly assist medical professionals to provide timely aid for those in need, saving lives in the process. A national organ registry is something that has been discussed for years. Now it is the time to actually do something about it. We have the opportunity to do something positive that will save Canadian lives. That, it seems to me, is what the Parliament should be doing. Without the National Registry, it is all too easy to imagine someone not receiving the gift of life simply because the need wasn't known. When a kidney or lung or heart became available on one side of the country, doctors should instantly be aware on the other side. A national donor registry would give the gift of time to healthcare professionals, with many transplant opportunities being time-sensitive surgical procedures. Anything that can save hours or minutes in uniting donors and recipients is going to be a literal life-saver. Madam Speaker, the time for talking about a national organ donor registry is over. It is time for action. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la...
The honourable member for Laurenti-Labelle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The idea of having an organ donor registry is a pretty good idea. That's why several provinces already have them. Is a member not concerned about interfering with the provincial jurisdiction on this file? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thanks for the question from the members opposite. Actually, there's no interference. We do have national universal healthcare system, and each province they have its own budget to run its own healthcare system. What we're proposing is this: we're proposing that the federal government, the Ministry of Health, need to be able to put all the provinces together, let them coordinate, and let the National Registry be there so it can be mostly utilized to the best interest of the people waiting for that. And if we do not need it, we wouldn't see ourselves ranking among on the lowest list of countries or performing countries in that area. So the National Registry is by all the professionals, by all the NGOs, by all the third parties, by all the even individuals. I've heard from so many different areas across the countries, and the need is a must. We need a national registry. It's a must. It will never interfere, and it's up to the Minister of Health to put together what's so-called the best mechanism to coordinate the efforts of all the provinces.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate the member from Edmonton Manning for bringing forward this legislation. I think it's a wonderful bill. However, there's just one question that I had for him. In 2014, the NDP supported removing the ban on certain organ and tissue donations made by men who have sex with men. Efforts to create a national registry, we believe, should go hand in hand with efforts to remove this unscientific discrimination and replace it with science-based behavioral screening process. In 2014 also, the Member of Parliament for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke brought in a motion to the House of Commons calling for the government to do just that. Now, the goal is the same. We want to link donors with people who need the organs. So I'm just wondering, if we get this bill to committee, would he support bringing something like that forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you to the honourable member on the NDP side. And thanks for his support. I guess that's great to hear. What we were suggesting here, again, is the minister should be able to find the proper mechanic or the proper mechanism to coordinate all the efforts. We want to make this bill as perfect as it can be to serve every Canadian that's in need waiting up there, to save the 200+ lives that we're losing every year because there's no coordination in place, there's no proper coordinations. And again, with all the respect of all the efforts and activities happening right now in that area, they're not enough. We need a national eye on that, and only the Ministry of Health Canada is able to do that. And I support every effort that's going to make this law or make this legislation as perfect as it can be.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
Honourable member
for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate the member. I've found in my short time here that quite often private members' bills really do reflect the spirit that this place should have coming forward in the national good. I guess what I hear is the need for leadership and directed appropriately at the government side. Is he aware of any impediments or opposition to the kind of national coordination that he's calling for? Has he heard from any of the provinces that suggest there may be some barriers here?
A brief answer from the minister from the member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his comment at the beginning and his good questions. As far as how we've reached out to different areas from coast to coast to coast across all Canada, we've heard everything we've heard was positive, was extremely positive, and everyone was saying it's time. We need a hero to carry this, to take this through, and we've been waiting a long time to have a blessing on the federal stage okay, or someone that's going to carry this torch through. I'm not necessarily want to be the hero. I have a good cause. I'm a donor. I've got 3-time recipient. I was faced with this for the last, since 2003, so it's been a long time when our family was faced with this issue, and we get to know so many cases across the country. We've spoken about the necessity of organ donation, so nothing but positive, and I hope that this is the historical opportunity that we have. I hope the minister will catch on it and the government will do the same.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about Bill C-223 and to highlight our government's efforts to improve the organ, tissue donation and transplantation system in Canada. And let me begin by thanking the honourable member from the riding of Edmonton Manning for bringing this important topic to the attention to this House and for his advocacy on this important file. And as a registered nurse, this is an issue that is extremely important to me as well. Madam Speaker, our government recognizes that organ, tissue donation and transplantation saves lives and improves the health status of Canadians. Transplantation is a unique and complex service where it depends on the donation of an altruistic gift from one person to another. It involves several hospital departments and medical disciplines. It crosses provincial and territorial boundaries, and it has a significant safety component. Organs are a scarce resource in high demand. According to the latest statistics released by the Canadian Institute of Health Information in 2014, 2,356 transplants were performed. However, over 4,500 Canadians were waiting for an organ transplant, and of those, 3,400 Canadians were waiting for a new kidney. While the number of patients waiting for an organ varied by organ type, Canadians waiting for a new kidney accounted for more than 77% of those waiting. The need for organs will continue to increase because the Canadian population is aging and because of the persistent shortages of certain organs, especially kidneys. End-stage kidney disease is a primary cause of kidney failure. According to the latest statistics, there are more than 5,200 newly diagnosed cases in 2014, of which 36% had diabetes, a most preventable disease as a main cause. These numbers suggest that we can do more, and our government is firmly committed to working closely with our provincial, territorial counterparts and key stakeholders in the health community to provide the very best results for Canadians as it relates to organ, tissue donation, and transplantation in Canada. In the area of health, it is important for the federal government to work together with the provinces, territories, and in accordance with the Constitution of Canada that indicates what are our federal, provincial, and territorial governments' respective powers. Under the Canadian Constitution, the provinces and territories are responsible for delivering care services within their jurisdiction, including the donation and transplantation of organ and tissues. The federal government has a key role to play in improving the organ tissue donation and transplantation system in Canada, and that is exactly what we're doing, Madam Speaker, through strategic investments and overseeing the safety of the system. Since 2008, the federal government, the provinces, and the territories have invested over $64 million to support the Canadian Blood Services efforts to coordinate a nationally focused organ tissue donation and transplantation system. The Canadian Blood Services is a national, not-for-profit, charitable organization that manages the blood supply in all provinces, territories, and works collaboratively with HoC Quebec for the province of Quebec. Together, the Canadian Blood Services, in conjunction with the federal government and the provinces and territories, have been collaboratively making progress towards improvements in the organ tissue donation and transplantation system in Canada. One of the major improvements have been establishing in the Canadian Transplant Registry, a national donor registry that has 3 interprovincial organ sharing programs. 2 of these interprovincial programs relate specifically to kidney donation and transplantation. The first is a kidney paired donation program, which facilitates the matching of kidneys among living donors and recipients. The second is the highly sensitized patient program, which facilitates sharing of kidneys for hard-to-match patients. The third, Madam Speaker, is an interprovincial program, is a national organ waitlist, which facilitates the sharing of organs among high-need patients. Currently, work is underway to formalize existing guidelines for interprovincial sharing of high-status organs such as hearts and livers. The Canadian Transplant Registry is guided by interprovincial policy and informed by evidence-based leading practices. It is a single window that ensures that our organ donor list is comprehensive, timely, and readily accessible. In addition to investments in the Canadian Blood Services, the federal government is responsible for regulating the safety of the donation system and transplantation of organs and tissues by ensuring the safety of cells, tissues, organs for transplantation. Madam Speaker, organ tissue donation and transplantation is a complex health service that our government takes seriously. Improving the system requires federal, provincial, and territorial leadership, as well as key stakeholder support. This is not an easy task. However, I'm pleased to say that through this collaborative approach between federal, provincial, territorial, and stakeholder partners, we're making real progress to improve the system. Over the last decade, the number of deceased organ donors have gone up by 44%. Although more people are donating, there is still more to do to meet the need for more organs. When looking at transplant trends in Canada, between 2005 and 2014, the number of lung transplants performed increased by 52%, and the number of liver transplants performed increased by 27%. However, there is still more to do, and our government will continue to support the work to ensure that Canadians have access to a world-class system of donation and transplantation of organs and tissues. Regarding Bill C-223, an act to establish the Canadian Organ Donor Registry and to coordinate and promote organ donation throughout Canada, the government agrees with the objective of improving the donation and transplantation of organs and tissues in Canada, but it does not support this bill for a number of reasons. First, the bill duplicates existing initiatives between the federal government, provinces, territories, and the Canadian Blood Services. It would also duplicate provincial and territorial efforts. For example, provinces and territories already have a legislation on organ donation and tissue transplantation, and many of them already have registries on organ donors that are linked to an already existing Canadian registry of organ donors. Another reason why this bill would not be supported is because it would shift federal, provincial, territorial responsibilities. For example, the recommendations proposed with regard to national strategy for consent, confidentiality, health policies and procedures are our responsibilities of provincial and territorial jurisdiction. Looking more closely at the issue of privacy, Bill C-223 would require that the federal government collect personal health information on organ, tissue donation, and transplantation. This is already being done by the provinces, territories, and the Canadian Blood Services with appropriate data sharing agreements to meet provincial and territorial privacy requirements. Introducing new federal legislation at this time would raise provincial and territorial concerns about the jurisdiction over the delivery of healthcare in the area of organ, tissue donation, and transplantation. This could become an impediment to the work that is currently underway. Our government's approach is to build stronger partnership with our provincial and territorial counterparts. Bill C-223 anticipates an increase in organ donation rates. However, the evidence does not support registry as a way to improve donation rates. The evidence has found that there's a relationship between number of registered donors and donor numbers. In fact, donor numbers tend to remain flat even when there's an increase in registries. Recent provincial and territorial experience shows that registries alone do not impact donation rates without an optimal identification and referral process. Provinces and territories have found 85 to 90% of donors had not indicated a decision to donate unless they were approached. Bill C-223 would not lead to increased donation rates and would not provide further benefit to Canadians. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would like to reiterate that our government recognizes the need for improvement in the organ, tissue donation, and transplantation system in Canada. Collaboration, consultation, and engagement with the provinces, territories, as well as our key stakeholders are necessary to address the complexity of the changes that are required in the system. our government will continue to support the organ tissue donation and transplantation system improvements that are underway. And we are committed to providing results for Canadians to ensure that Canada has accessible, safe, comprehensive, world-class tissue donation and transplantation system. And I look forward to working with my colleague, member from Edmonton Manning, on this file. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to again offer my congratulations to the member from Edmonton Manning for bringing forward this legislation. I'm proud to be one of the long line of New Democratic Party members of Parliament to speak in favour of this issue over the years. I think it is absolutely crucial that we support the creation of a pan-Canadian registry for organ donations in collaboration with the provinces and territories. This is the latest attempt from a parliamentary colleague taking up the NDP's torch from the 40th and 41st Parliaments, where former MP Malcolm Allen tabled similar bills. This Parliament, a Conservative colleague, is sponsoring the bill, and I truly hope that through debate that we can come to an all-party consensus. It is unfortunate to hear that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health has indicated that the government will not support this bill. I really thought this would be an easy bill for this Parliament to pass, but unfortunately not. Madam Speaker, back in 2011, Canadian Blood Services and organ and tissue donation transplant communities produced a call to action. This call to action formally recommended the establishment of an integrated interprovincial organ donation and transplantation system by 2017. That is next year. Every year that we do not act upon this, more Canadians will not get the help they need. According to the Canadian Transplant Society, 1,600 Canadians will be added to organ donor waitlists every year. This means that at any given time, there are approximately 5,000 Canadians that are in need and waiting for an organ or tissue transplant. This is no small matter. These Canadians waiting for transplants often live with severe medical conditions that they must endure, and they must also endure end-stage organ failure. We know that based on surveys that over 80% of people in this country would donate their organs, but fewer than 20% of us have actually made the arrangements to do so. Our country's decreased donation rate is relatively low when we put it up against comparable countries. And this is in part due to there being a lack of a nationwide registry that would unify the provinces and other actors that are currently operating independently. Talking about the benefits of having a registry, and my colleague rightly pointed out to some clear benefits to this registry, but I'd like to highlight some of my own thoughts on this legislation. The National Registry will improve the availability of organs to patients in need of transplants. This is the most obvious benefit, but something that should be brought up is it is likely to reduce provincial healthcare costs. This reduction in people waiting with severe medical conditions caused by easier access to organs for patients in need will allow costs to come down, and it will also reduce wait times for other healthcare needs. While mentioning wait times, a national registry would be fairer and more equitable when it comes to waiting for transplants, as right now there are wild disparities in wait times across the regions and provinces. By increasing the efficiency in the supply of organs and tissues. This gives the call to action a very clear context for why such a registry that is accessible, consistent, and allowed to legally authorize donations based on the wishes of the donor is so important. With this in mind, New Democrats are supporting this bill to go through to a parliamentary committee so that we can perform an in-depth study of this piece of legislation. This bill is potentially life-saving to many of our fellow Canadians, and it is vitally important that we get the details right. To make sure that we get these details right, we should look at the experiences of other jurisdictions before we get rid of the bill wholeheartedly. We have to look at jurisdictions who have implemented presumptive organ and tissue donation as a means of dramatically increasing potential donors to save lives. Right now, we are unfortunately behind countries like Spain, Cuba, Uruguay, and even the United States on donation rates. We should also, as I mentioned earlier in my question, be speaking about the current discriminatory practice in blood, tissue, and organ donations. New Democrats moved in 2014 that the Government of Canada take immediate measures to end the current discriminatory policy governing blood and organ donations from men who have sex with men. We believe that the efforts to create a national registry should go hand in hand with efforts to remove this unscientific discrimination and replace it with science-based behavioral screening process. It is time for evidence-based decision-making. This would ensure that all potential donors are treated with equal dignity and respect. The Liberal platform during the election also promised to end this discriminatory ban, so I think that we can find common ground in this House on this particular issue. I think other reasons for bringing this bill to committee lie with some of the issues that we believe to need to be worked out. This bill does give substantial power and responsibility to the Health Minister rather than delegating it to the administration of the registry to a registrar. Not to mention that we would need to make clear the reporting mechanisms to Parliament, and there should be a clear, detailed process for provincial affiliation to a national registry. The Parliamentary Committee study will give members a chance to hear from witnesses on this bill, something I think is incredibly important, and witnesses on this bill who will inform our opinion on what the final outcome should be. There are clear details that need to be worked out on this piece of legislation, but we are also in need of it to pass as soon as possible. You know, this debate makes me remember the struggle of Hélène Campbell a few years ago to find organ donors. She was looking for a double lung transplant, and instead of just waiting on the list, she was able to raise international awareness to her plight and to the lack of organs that are required for people to heal. She was featured on The Ellen Show in the United States and also had a public exchange with Canadian pop star Justin Bieber over social media, which raised awareness and reportedly led to a surge in donor rates. Personal stories like these enable people to make personal decisions to become organ donors. She was able to get the organs needed and was greeted by the federal health minister at the time on her return home. Hélène's personal story was subject to media attention and led to some very positive results. However, there are still many, many more personal stories that are not told internationally, but still require just as much immediate attention. The statistics are clear and they are dire. Over the past decade, more people have waited for a transplant than the number of operations actually performed in a given year. With respect to seniors, which is something I take very seriously as the NDP's critic for seniors issues, there is an increase in end-stage kidney disease linked to the growing aging population in our country. Over the next 2 decades, our senior population is expected to double, so this is a particularly strong issue among many, and it will get out of hand even more if there's swift and specific action on that front. There are tragic stories that New Democrats have been highlighting in this House for many years. We ask the government to address the issues of desperate Canadians heading overseas to buy organs on the black market, only to see the organs fail when they get home. These Canadians ended up in hospital, and some tragically died. We shouldn't be putting citizens of our country in that kind of a situation. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the situation is currently unacceptable, and I think we can move forward swiftly with this piece of legislation if only we had the government's support. I believe we really should be hearing on witnesses to discuss the implementation of a National Organ Donor Registry. At least give the committee time to hear from experts on this matter. We owe it to the people of this country who are living with a stressful weight of organ and tissue donations, and they need to see federal leadership on this issue to make sure Canadians get the health care that they need. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to again congratulate the member from Edmonton Manning. I know that he is personally affected with his son and has gone through this personally. And I think that as members of Parliament, when we bring personal stories like his to this House, it brings the betterment out of us when we leave the partisanship behind at the door and we bring forward an issue that we know will truly benefit Canada. So I'm proud to stand up here as a member of the New Democratic Caucus to lend my full support to getting this bill to committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-223, an act to establish the Canadian Organ Donor Registry and to coordinate and promote organ donation throughout Canada. This is a monumental piece of legislation, and I'm very proud of my colleague, the member for Edmonton Manning, for introducing it, as it will absolutely save lives. My comments this afternoon will come from a different perspective than most of those who will have the opportunity to speak to this legislation. I do not presume to be an expert on organ transplant issues, so I ask the indulgence and the patience of my colleagues as I share some of my personal journey over the past several years. Some of you may already know it. On May 2, 2011, election night, as my wife Betty and I were watching the early results of the election along with a campaign volunteer, Betty suddenly experienced a headache. Within seconds, she collapsed to the floor, and while she was breathing normally and had a strong pulse, there was no response. Minutes later, following a 911 call, local volunteer firefighters from the New Dundee detachment were on the scene to provide assistance, and they were followed very closely by EMS personnel. Betty was taken by ambulance to Grand River Hospital, placed on life support, and immediately transferred to a major health centre for more specialized care. ICU personnel and surgical specialists cared for her and explained in some detail that Betty had experienced a spontaneous intracranial hemorrhage and that in spite of surgical intervention, attempting to stop the bleeding, their best efforts had been unsuccessful. The intense bleeding had applied extreme pressure to sensitive brain tissue and brain function had ceased. After consultation with neurosurgeons and ICU doctors regarding Betty's neurological death, we now were faced with the question of the possibility of organ and tissue donation. We were then introduced to a team of very compassionate personnel representing Trillium Gift of Life Network. They presented the options to us and provided the answers to all the questions that were raised by me and my 3 adult children. There was no doubt in our mind as to what Betty would want to do. We knew that she would want to continue giving in the same spirit of generosity in her death as she had always done in her life. Betty and I had also discussed this issue openly each time we renewed our driver's license and had always both agreed that should anything ever happen to either of us, we would be open to the question of organ donation. We would want to help in that way. As I reflect on the difficult journey of our grief during the difficult time, that journey of grief has been made less difficult by 2 key factors, Madam Speaker. First, our personal faith journey as followers of Jesus Christ and our confidence in the resurrection and the certain hope that he gives us. And second, our decision to follow through on Betty's wish that upon her death, if possible, her organs be donated. Why not help out one of those thousands of people who are currently on the waiting list for a specific organ? Many of those were waiting, still were in the prime of life. An organ donation can make the difference between life and death. Our decision, while not easy, was made somewhat lighter, knowing that someone else would possibly receive the gift of life, even as we journeyed into our own grief and loss. As an aside, Madam Speaker, on a technical note, let me assure members of this House that and Canadians that we can rely on the safety of organ transplants in this country. This is because of Canada's strong organ transplant community and Health Canada's work in establishing rigorous safety standards and requirements through the implementation of the safety of human cells, tissue, and organs for transplantation regulations. In the years and months following Betty's death, the Trillium Gift of Life Network followed up regularly with letters of support, offering access to resources and letting me know of the health status of the organ recipients. 5 people have received the gift of life through organs that were transplanted: heart, liver, lungs, and 2 separate kidney recipients. In addition, others have benefited from the gift of her eyes, bone, and vessel tissue, which will aid in the transplant process. I know that because of our decision to donate, there are now at least 5 people enjoying life fuller, richer lives, and even more who are benefiting from tissue transplant. Madam Speaker, we are in a death-denying society. No one wants to think he or she will die before 80 or 90, and because of the amazing medical advancements, many people will live to go to that age and even beyond. However, we have no guarantee, as my family discovered so quickly and with no advance warning of any kind. We know the need. 4,000 Canadians are waiting for organ donations at any given period. In Ontario alone, over 1,500 people are waiting for a life-giving transplant. Over 1,000 of those people are waiting for a kidney transplant. It's easy to register one's intentions to donate. In Ontario, one can simply go to the website beadonor.ca. Elsewhere in Canada, go to www.transplant.ca. Right now, only 20% of Ontario's residents have registered their intent to be an organ or tissue donor. Why not go online right now and register? In addition to registering, it's important to discuss this matter with your family. Let them know your decision and then register at beadonor.ca. This decision could very well save a life and offer hope. Thousands of adults and children are counting on us and our fellow Canadians to give the gift of life. It's time that we, as a nation, close the gap between the need of life-saving and life-enhancing organs and the supply of organs that are available. Why not take steps now to make a difference? It could be anyone, a son, a daughter, or a granddaughter who will be the recipient of your or someone else's good decision to register to donate your organs. Madam Speaker, I think you and all of my colleagues will understand why I seconded this fantastic initiative by my colleague. It really is unacceptable that 200 Canadians die each year waiting for an organ transplant when only 20% of Canadians are registered. Canada needs a national initiative that raises organ donation awareness and encourages people to register to be a donor. Like I said at the beginning of my talk, a Canadian organ donor registry will save lives, and I am hopeful that all parties in this House will unanimously support this extremely important legislation. And let me just add, Madam Speaker, I ask the government not to hide behind potential jurisdictional challenges and to support Bill C-223. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
On Bill C-223 and our government's efforts to improve the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system in Canada. Indeed, the member for Edmonton Manning has put an important issue before this House. Evidence demonstrates that organ and tissue donation and transplantation saves lives, improves the health status of Canadians, and is cost-effective for the healthcare system. It is, in a word, important. For example, Madam Speaker, in 2014, 2,356 Canadian lives were saved through organ transplants. Patient and family testimonials attest to the improvements in longevity and quality of life of patients receiving organ transplants. Transplantation is also cost-effective for our healthcare system. For example, the most cost-effective treatment for end-stage kidney disease is transplantation. Dialysis costs between $40,000 and $60,000 per year. A kidney transplant costs approximately $40,000, followed by approximately $10,000 in transplant drug therapy. Over time, that would lead to over $100 million in cost savings for the healthcare system per year if all patients waiting at year-end received that transplant. Our government is committed to working closely with our provincial and territorial counterparts and key stakeholders to provide the best results for Canadians as it relates to organ and tissue donation and transplantation in Canada. As my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Health noted, the Government of Canada is doing its part by recognizing that improvements are needed in the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system in Canada. Together with the provincial and territorial governments, we have invested over $64 million since 2008 to support the Canadian Blood Services efforts to improve the system. This funding supports their work in establishing 3 vital interprovincial organ sharing programs under the Canadian Transplant Registry. We know from recently published statistics from the Canadian Institute for Health Information that over the last decade, the number of Canadians waiting for a new organ has been higher than the number of transplants performed within a given year. In fact, we know that more than 4,500 Canadians were waiting for a transplant in 2014. With an aging Canadian population, we expect that there will be a higher demand for organs over time. This means we must collectively focus our efforts on increasing the number of organ donors across Canada. One donor alone can save up to 8 lives and benefit more than 75 people. Madam Speaker, we can all help. Organ and tissue donation is a unique opportunity to make a concrete difference in the life of someone else. 3 proven ways that increase the number of organ donors across Canada are by strengthening public awareness, improving health professional education, and implementing leading practices. Our government is committed to encouraging Canadians to consider becoming organ donors through active public awareness campaigns. Since December 2013, Health Canada has had a web page on the Healthy Canadians website to promote organ and tissue donation across Canada and assist Canadians with registering as donors with their provincial and territorial organizations through an interactive map. Madam Speaker, I would invite all my colleagues in the House to visit this website. April 17th to 23rd is the National Organ and Tissue Donation Awareness Week, and our government, the provinces and territories, and the Canadian Blood Services are sending messages to Canadians and promoting events to raise public awareness. Our government is committed to encouraging all Canadians to consider becoming donors. It takes a few minutes to take the important step of registering to donate. Canadians are also being encouraged to discuss organ and tissue donation with their doctors and family and friends. It is important that they know your wishes and you know theirs. In addition to raising public awareness, the other proven methods of increasing the number of donors and through improving health professional education and implementing leading practices. Healthcare professionals are a critical factor in improving the number of donors. Opportunities may be missed if physicians are unaware of best practices, do not know the patient's wishes regarding donation, or families are not asked about donation. Over the last decade, the skill level among clinicians in the organ and tissue donation and transplantation community has increased through professional education of leading practices. For example, through the Canadian Blood Services Initiative, new leading practices have been developed on topics such as donor management, death determination, and end-of-life family conversations and consent. These leading practices are being shared and implemented across the country through training healthcare professionals and changing healthcare policies or procedures for organ and tissue donation and transplantation. Our government applauds these efforts and is committed to continuing with the provinces, work with the provinces and territories, the Canadian Blood Services and other key stakeholders to enhance the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system in Canada. Our government strongly supports the objective of improving the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system, but believes that Bill C-223 would not lead to improved donation rates. As my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Health noted, the evidence does not support registries as a way to improve donation rates. The other measures proposed in the bill would duplicate the collaborative initiatives already underway with the provinces and territories. With the Canadian Blood Services, the proposed measures would also infringe on provincial and territorial jurisdiction for the delivery of healthcare in the area of organ and tissue donation and transplantation. Provinces and territories are already investing in strategies known to improve organ donation rates, such as professional education, implementation of leading and best practices, compilation of quality data to support performance management and public reporting, investments in research and innovation, and enhancements to health system capacity. We believe that introducing national legislation without adequate consultation, engagement, and buy-in from the provinces and territories and other key stakeholders would be detrimental to the system improvement work that is already underway. It is an implementation, jurisdiction, and cooperation issue, not necessarily a philosophical one. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to improving the organ donation rates to ultimately improve the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system in Canada. Our government commends every living and deceased donor and their families who have saved the lives of thousands of Canadians. We applaud every Canadian who has registered to become a donor, every organization that is promoting organ donation awareness, every healthcare professional who is enhancing their skills through training, and every healthcare institution that is implementing new policies and procedures to improve organ donation. Together, Madam Speaker, we can make a difference. Together, we can produce results for Canadians. Together, we can ensure that Canada has a world-class organ and tissue donation transplantation system. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the member for Edmonton Manning for his hard work on this file, and I look forward to the debate continuing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank the member from Edmonton Manning for bringing this forward and also sharing his very personal story. I am so pleased to speak in support of Bill C-233. Last week, my son Henry donated blood for the first time. His commitment came from having a cousin who battled leukemia and at this point is healthy as his mother watches and waits. Often when we know what we can do to help, we do it. For many years, I was a volunteer with hospice. Every Saturday evening, I would sit with the palliative patients and their families. Some of these families were still holding out for an organ donation to save their family members. It was incredibly hard to sit with these families who could do nothing but hold on to hope. We know that every year, 1,600 Canadians will be added to the organ donor list, while 5,000 Canadians are still waiting. These numbers tell us a story. They tell us a story that we need to do better. A national registry would make a significant difference. It would help people across this country. It would increase access, it would address disparities and increase efficiency. It would be a national program that could bring all the provinces and territories together to make a difference, to make people have a second chance in this life. In my riding of North Island Powell River, I have a member right now named Debbie Hooper. She is a 56-year-old grandmother. She has been waiting 3 years by her phone, waking every morning hoping that that will be the call. That means that her lung disease will be fixed by this amazing gift of an organ transplant. You know, across this country, people are facing challenges that many of us have never experienced. And we have to do our due diligence as people who have been elected to sit in this place to make sure that we're helping save the lives of people in this country and that we're creating accessibility. I've heard from the other side, and I am so sad to see that this will not be passed by the other side. You know, we need to send this to committee. We need to be hearing those witnesses from across this country. We need to hear how it's going to work. We are asking for it to be before committee so that we can see potential solutions that will make a difference, that will give people their lives. You know, Brenda Small is another constituent who received a transplant, and she said something extremely poignant. It was the worst day in somebody's life and the best day for mine. I cry every time I think of it. If we are not doing our work, bringing forward this issue to committee, having the discussions that we need to have so that we can make the best decisions, bringing together our other provinces and territories to see how we can do this more effectively, we are not doing our jobs. So I ask, please, for people to take this into their hearts, to think as we are supposed to in this House of Commons, and make a decision that looks after the people of Canada. Thank you so much for the member for his hard work. Thank you for the history that we have in this place of multiple members bringing forward private members' bills in this same theme of creating a united country, of acknowledging that we have a universal healthcare system and making a change that will save lives. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to admit I wasn't actually anticipating getting to speak today up until a couple minutes ago. But I do appreciate this opportunity to get before the House on this private members legislation. And one of the things I'd like to do in the 3-4 minutes we have here is explain to new members, members to the House, why, even if they are not at this point convinced of the legislation, they should understand that it needs to go to committee. I heard the parliamentary secretary's arguments earlier today about jurisdictional issues, about various reasons and various problems that this bill may have. But I'll remind honourable members, particularly government members, who of course will naturally give a certain degree of deference to the parliamentary secretary, that, and no one's disputing this is a bill that is seeking to solve a real problem, to help save people's lives. So the principles underlying this, I am sure every single member of the entire House agrees with. The parliamentary secretary said that, the honourable member, all members of opposition parties. So I ask the honourable members on the other side to think about this, to vote for it at least at second reading. Why? Because we're voting for the principle of the bill. And the underlying principle and what the honourable member is trying to do, and his very compelling personal story of his great courage with his son and so forth, is to save lives. And yes, the details of every piece of legislation sometimes are not perfect. Sometimes they needed to be worked out. But this is what we need to think about, and this is why we need to go to take this legislation to committee, so that we can make a better and more perfect piece of legislation to advance this cause, to advance this issue. No one in this House disputes that more lives could be saved if more Canadians were interested in this issue, were interested in signing up and supporting organ donation to save lives. But if we end this piece of legislation on the floor before it goes to committee, we won't have the ability to understand, to argue, to figure out, and argue in a positive sense, ways to improve the system that we have in Canada. I remember, and I've been in this House for a few years on both sides of the aisle, second time in opposition, previously on government. I realize governments tend to be a little bit hesitant to support private members' legislation that they're not deeply invested in. But in the previous House, I was the second most likely Conservative member, second most likely in the whole House, to break party ranks, often because I believe things should be voted on and put to committee to be decided upon and to be thought about. So I was sometimes the only Conservative to back NDP or Liberal legislation. And I never found that when I went to talk to my voters, when I went to speak about things that I'd voted for legislation that wasn't perfect, that people would say to me, it wasn't a perfect bill, and the first time you made a mistake by voting for it. So that's why I'm making the case for what we are doing today. I'll admit, I don't fully and completely understand the differences in the jurisdictional issues between the provincial system, between the federal systems. I don't totally understand what may all be involved. But I do understand this absolute one simple fact. This is an attempt to make a system better, a system that is not world-class, that is not first, that is not the best. And on something this serious and this substantive, human life, we should absolutely give our ultimate, we should actually give our all. So that's why I'm asking all members, even if you are unsure of the legislation, to give this piece of legislation a chance. Organ donation saves lives. It is one of the most noble causes, one of the most noble things we will ever be able to support around here, because there is nothing more precious than human life. So as the final minute here begins to wind down, I encourage all honourable members to think about this. Even if you're not completely convinced of the merits of legislation, remember the purpose is at second reading to vote for it in principle so that we can make it better. So I thank Madam Speaker for giving me the time to give my words to the House.
The member has another 5 minutes to debate this at the next time that the House will sit, should he so choose. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.